Hello. Hello, hi. I'm glad you're feeling better. I still feel I still feel horrible. I'm not gonna lie. I still feel absolutely terrible, but I really wanted to play Elden Ring, and a couple of people from work wanted to potentially pop in and say hello for stream. Sorry. I heard my dog and I didn't know where he was. Alright, what is my Discord audio? Digital output. Okay, perfect. Pinecone? No, we haven't pineconed in a long time. For some reason, it stopped working. Like, I would literally open the pinecone game and the pinecone, like, wouldn't drop. Like, it wouldn't, like, drop down for me to, like, be able to put it in the well. Sorry, you feel yucky? Yeah, it's a bit of, So first of all, I'm allergic to one of the rooms at work. Like, I'm pretty sure there's, like, mold and just dust. And it's one of the storage rooms at work, and I literally walk in there and I can't breathe and everything. So it's a combination of that plus adjusting to new meds. So anyways, let me say hello to everyone. Tori, I think I saw Tori got... Oh, no, Yaga got first, but she cheated, so that's fine. Tori, hello. Wolfie, hello. Nikki, hello. Oddball, hello. Good to see you. Franklin, hello. Good to see you. How's everyone doing? Yeah, it's just one room in particular. Baba Cheetah. Like, you're being repelled, right? Clearly I can't do my job. Clearly, obviously, obviously. Oh yeah, I forgot I got this pretty dress. So now I have no health. Alright, now I have to open the game for her. Open world to Wanderers. Okay. Look at my pretty dress and my pretty crown. I'm so pretty. Alright, so we have a plan. We have a plan. We are going to...
Are we? Are we going?
Yes. We're going to finish our mission to Fire Giant.
Yay.
Yay. And then we're gonna go back and we're gonna region lock and start killing some bosses.
Oh, hold on. There we go. Yay.
Hooray. Look at how cool these swords are.
No, I don't wanna.
Look at how cool my swords are, chat.
No! I'm trying to, like, get my energy up, but, like, woo.
Okay,
Ugh.
just do the best you can. Not a mission impossible. Aren't they cool?
Ugh.
They are so cool. They are so cool.
I could have coffee.
I can go.
But then coffee makes you poop.
I can go. Wah. I have coffee.
And then poop. And then poop.
Poop flavored coffee?
No! Ew. Ugh.
You said that,
hello?
not me. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, welcome to Fire.
What's going on this bed? Why is there Lionel's clothes and a dress?
You know why.
No, I don't.
Bia did the did. Other audio
Why?
seems loud compared to yours. Okay.
Oh, it's me. I'm the problem. I'll be ASMR.
Don't do that either.
Today we're going to kill the fire
Don't
giant.
do that.
And he's gonna go.
Is that better? Okay.
Don't worry, I have a light.
I see it. I see you're doing so great. Alright, so we're in Lanedale. Now we have to finish this.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't remember.
There's a guy, there's a man.
Man.
Wolfie!
Don't worry, I hit him with the moon. It seemed like the most appropriate response when you see a man is standing in the middle of an alley.
Those pictures were absolutely insane, Wolfie. Those were actually insane. Like, that was crazy. I like barely recognized you. There is poop coffee. It's called Kopi Luwak. Ooh,
Puppy
maybe.
Lua? Yeah. That's there's like a civet that like eats the beans and then poops them out, and then they harvest the beans from the poop.
I don't like that. I
And
don't like.
it's insanely expensive. It's like the world's most expensive coffee.
But I don't want to pay for poopy coffee.
Well, I don't either, which is why I don't. I have I think it's Starbucks pumpkin spice cold brew.
Is that the elephant poop? You guys know so much about poop.
No, it's civet. Civets. They're
It's
like
it's
jungle
almost
cats.
it's almost like you were made for this community or something crazy. Ah!
I told you I know disturbing animal facts. The end. And not just about birds.
Lost ashes of war.
Lost ass of war.
Lost asses of war. Is there even anything down this hall? This strip here?
No,
I'm very squishy because I have the deathbed dress on, just so you know.
Well,
You have to protect me! Protect me! Protect me!
Doing it.
Protect me!
I'm doing it.
As I just run.
Oh my god.
I'm squishy! Protect me!
Oh, you're in ahead of me. Sorry. I was playing with a thing.
Don't do that.
I guess stirring.
The civet poop coffee, but there's also elephant poop coffee?
Who's feeding the elephants coffee? Don't do that. Don't feed
Thingies.
things.
Ah! Bacon men.
Bacon.
Bacon men.
Oh my god. My
can't
mom
hit them
bought
while they're
the cinnamon toast crunch bacon.
What? Toast crunch?
There's
cinnamon toast crunch?
cinnamon toast crunch bacon.
Oh, that sounds kind of good.
Right? My mom bought
What?
it and
Sir?
oh. I've angered it!
Sir? Oh wow, you are early? Yeah, Yaga's CP, so we're streaming a little early.
I'm a turn. No, in my defense, I was like, when, and you were like, oh, it's, you know, as soon as possible.
If we don't do it
yeah.
early, I'm gonna fall asleep. It claims it's the rarest coffee in the world.
I feel like people make lots of claims, though. Like, people always be claiming shit. You know?
Also, hello, Horseman. Welcome in. How are you? I really wanted to Elden. I just want to Elden.
This one wants to Elden all the time. All the time.
All the time. And she went, I don't like Elden, and I don't like you, and you're stinky.
I did. Yeah.
And I was like, you're right.
That's exactly
Oh my god, I just got backstabbed.
Laser. Oh, he sidestepped my laser. Get away! Get away! Get away! He's got lightning! I don't know. Ow!
Diamonds are meant to be rare, but they're just being gatekept.
Ow.
But also, there's like man-made diamonds now too, which are not the same. I know. I have a million.
Oh, I tried to run away. I could not run away. Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away!
And apparently, in 2023, there was only 493 pounds of elephant poop coffee, and it sold for $1,500 a pound.
Oh fuck! I didn't see that guy. That was on me. I died.
Oh.
There's too much going on.
Yeah, there's a little
Lily, you're really irking my nerves. Yeah, you're irking my nerves. I can't respawn? Oh, I can. Okay, it was just taking forever. I need her to just lay down.
$1,500 a pound. Imagine having that much money that you're just like, no, this is fine.
I don't know where you are.
I died. I'm literally running back where I was just.
No, I died too, but I don't know where you are. Like,
I went the exact same way. I jumped down into the.
No, I respawned back at the table.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
why I'm like.
No.
I guess.
Sir.
Avenue balcony.
Please, I beg.
I guess.
Fuck it, did.
You don't.
Give me my runes back, you ho.
You ho.
But no, seriously, guys. Imagine having that much money that you're like, oh, I can spend $1,500. It's elephant poop, apparently. That's what we're talking about, Horseman.
Shit. We're talking about shit.
We're always talking about poop here. Let's be real. When are we
Poopy
not talking about
poopies.
poop on this channel?
When we're talking about butts.
Where does the poop come from?
Butthole. Buttholio. I am the great corn.
That's the civet one, is cat poop. Ew, I feel like cat poop coffee is just somehow worse than elephant
Dude,
coffee.
when they poop it out, it looks like just a bunch of the beans stuck together. Like there's not really much poop involved. Which is almost worse.
I don't want there to be any poop involved. How about that?
I mean, beggars can't be choosers.
Oh, I can. I can
I
beg
don't
and I can
know.
choose.
I don't know. I'm really debating on getting some coffee and some pumpkin bread.
I think you should do both of those things so we can
I do
Elden.
too.
You should
I mean,
do
we
those
are
so we can
Eldening.
Elden. Yeah,
We're
but then we
literally
can
Eldening white now.
Widowee!
What do we?
Widowee! We are Eldening. Wait now.
White this sequint.
Sequind.
Sequint.
How's everyone's week? Guys, I missed you. Did you miss me? You can be honest.
I don't.
You can say
I
no.
miss sleep. That's what I miss.
You didn't miss sleep. You need more.
I need an endless amount. It's disturbing.
Widowee.
What do we and what do we
Widowee and ah!
smoking the weed.
I knew he was there and I still hit him.
I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Oh, I have an ad break. Perfect. Since I have an ad break, I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be right back.
You should do that.
I'm gonna do that.
You should do that. I just found a Grace Widowee.
Shut up.
Grading
Ow.
undergrads research proposals, and they're apparently incapable of reading instructions. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true too. That's true too. But I feel like that's just like a universal thing, you know? Oh wait, where's the bolt of Grand Sax? Should be right there. Is it? Is it not? Let's see the bolt. Did we already get the bolt? Widowee. No, Godskin Stitcher. No, we didn't get the Bolt of Grand Sax. Oh, do legendary armaments only come up once? Because there's a legendary on this, like, this... I don't even know what to call it. This giant stick. But I don't see it. Like, I don't see the actual glowing thing. So I wonder if legendaries, like, will only spawn just the once. Seems silly. Fertilized exclusively with panda dung. I feel like people just need to leave animals alone, you know? Y'all just need to leave animals alone. Stop using their poop for things. That's weird. That's creepy. Why are you moving? He's pushing me around. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. Widowee. Bruh. Bro. Oh my god. Where did that guy just come from? Is that your puppy? No, it's Yaga's puppy. Yaga's dogs. You guys never hear my dog. My dog is so quiet. He's over there sleeping right now. No, that's Yaga's. Posted grades today and almost immediately this one kid emailed the professor than me how he wasn't graded correctly. I replied explaining myself and the professor emailed me separate saying it's all good, you were right to give that grade. Oh my gosh. Pandas only absorb 30% of the nutrients of the bamboo they eat. That's kind of wild. What? Sir, 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 please. Please stop that. I would really love if you didn't do that. I am so very, very, very squishy with this armor piece on right now. Yeah, I saw you, bitch. Ooh, ooh. Okay, I didn't know you did that. Okay, I didn't know you did that. I didn't know you had a fucking super rocket fucking crossbow, whatever. Holy shit. Pop, 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 pop.
You stinker. You're stinking. Get out of here.
What do we do?
What do-do?
No, not do-do.
Do-do.
No, not do-do. Get this golden seed, though.
That young
Thank you.
child who fucking disgusting. Also, apparently, the fucking BRB videos aren't working.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Love that for me.
Unfortunately, I
out how
don't
to do
use
that
that,
whole-
so I can't help you.
I have to make custom at some point, but have not done it because too tired all the time. Where are
Well.
you?
I don't know.
Oh, you're so far from me. Are you near a guys?
Yes,
Okay, can you touch it?
I did touch it.
Not
I am
sure.
right
Are you-
by West Capitol Rampart.
Yeah, I see that, but it looks like you're so far from me.
I mean, I just because I went high.
He's happy.
I went
Stinky
high. What? Don't fall, please.
happy. No, you can't have any chocolate chips, you fathead.
Our head is not tired. It is the exact size it is supposed to be.
I don't know about that.
Guys, Yaga's body shaming a doggy.
All day, every day.
It's so mean.
Listen, I'm only mean to her because she needs it. She needs the rage.
I feel like.
Yeah?
Yep.
That's definitely a way to feel.
What I was gonna say is, oh, keep dying, my pretties. Yes, fall, my pretties. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I feel like there's a lot of just nasty grossness here. Hi, hello, I'm behind you. For me to be running
Whoa.
around barefoot. Just saying.
I made him pumpkin bread. It's delicious.
Hey, these guys should be dead because they fell off of the thing when I fell. Great, it's no problem.
Wow. I've been held a slice. I may continue. Food takes priority over everything.
I mean,
Also,
yeah.
this coffee is really fucking good.
Good.
It's the one that you just buy at the store.
That's good. That's nice.
Yeah, because then you don't have to order it and be like, make me a drink. It is already made.
Is it here? Yes.
Who bloodied this tree?
Definitely not all the murder I just committed. Most definitely not all this murder.
Mordor.
Are you ready? This is gonna be golden god for you right here.
But this is a man.
There's another man
Killing.
following you.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh.
This is a man.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Golden Beach. Come here, Golden Beach.
I got rocks for you. Oh, he mad.
He doesn't like rocks. He doesn't like rocks.
He's not into crystals and rocks. We found out the hard way.
He doesn't like that. He's not a fan.
Oh, okay. Moon. Maybe he likes moon. You like moon? I don't think he liked Moon. Oh, he didn't like Moon. He didn't like Moon. He liked Moon even less than
Okay,
he
I
liked
didn't
Rock.
mean to summon. I meant to heal, but here we go. We have team now.
Good, because I'm getting hammered. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop.
Ah,
Sir,
he's
I'm
literally
getting...
a ghost. Like, why are you, sir?
Why are you, sir?
Sir? I don't like this, sir.
Okay. Moon! In the name of the moon, I say, stop it. Not touching.
I standed him.
Okay, I'm mooning him.
Get
He's moon, bitch.
I did. I liked the Hello Kitty one. But I think you said you didn't like the Hello Kitty. I think you said you were disappointed with your Hello Kitty.
I like the Hello Kitty. Where'd my coffee go? Oh, it's over here.
Never take pumpkin bread away from Yaga. She ate that so fast. It's true though. Don't take pumpkin bread away from a bitch. Don't do it.
White bitches love pumpkin.
White bitches love pumpkin.
Mm-hmm. You take a bitch to a pumpkin patch? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I have 2 more slices too. I just
Oh my.
inhaled and hinged my jaw like a python. Just went hug.
Okay, so this is this, and then we went over here.
This is this, and that is that.
And this is this, and that is that.
And doot is doot.
Das is good.
Das is boot.
Das is gut. This way?
Trying to pick up over here. Nothing?
Hear my little
Nothing.
pitter patter of my little pizzas?
I am also barefoot. We can be barefooted little gross goblins
how do
together.
we get up there? The Baja Bros have arrived. What's up, Jarvis? Welcome in. How do we get up there? Do you remember?
You gotta go around.
Yeah.
Outside, on
Outside
the right,
around.
and then over.
I see. That way. Up that way. And then...
The fact that I remembered that is astounding to me.
It is astounding, especially because you're always like, I don't remember anything.
Because I don't remember anything. I got a little tiny baby brain. I was talking
It's just not as good as the other ones.
I was talking to Goose, and we were like discussing how like women, our brains are so small and don't work good because we stay at home and we clean, and the cleaning products make our brains all small.
Yeah, that's exactly. You hear that, Ben?
Yep.
You're rotting our brains by making us clean your poopy.
It's all the chemicals. It's making our brains small.
All right.
A treasure chest with an
Where?
earth tree bow.
Are you above?
No. What? Where are
You
you?
are here.
I went in the window. Hello? I kicked the ladder down if you're down where we were fighting.
I am down where we were fighting.
Okay, well, I kicked the ladder down. Do you remember where the ladder is? Oh, I see. What? Yeah. Hi. If you head this way, behind you. Look at me. I'm behind you.
I see you.
If you head this way and to your left, once you get under where I'm standing, the ladder should be there.
It was awesome. My coworker got a black eye. Let's see. If I can't climb it with my little tootsies. My little tootsies.
Hi, I'm here. Hi.
Hi. Oh, Celestial Dew, so we can be forgiven for our sins.
For $6.
No, it doesn't cost any dollars. It costs one
$6.
Celestial Dew.
All
right, am I gonna make this?
You have to jump.
No, I didn't jump at all.
Oh.
Apparently my character just decided, no, thank you.
Yeah, but I just stood here and it let me pick it up. I
I
didn't
know, but I wanted to jump because I wanted to be extra.
You wanted to jump on a dead man?
Yeah, don't you?
No, not really. No.
No.
And I'm the macabre one.
Yeah. Macaw! Macaw!
Macaw!
Macaw!
Macaw!
What was in the treasure chest?
Earth tree bow.
I actually watched somebody do a bow only run. And it seems hard, but it could be fun.
It's fine, fun.
Golden Order Principa. Trying to do those speedrun jumps, I know. I honestly, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna even start. I have to so there's a bunch of mods that I have to download when I start speedrunning. Oh cool, we're almost at Morgot. One of them is called something something practice tool.
Oh!
And
Sir. Move.
It'll help me like practice boss fights like over and over again.
Stop it. Can't hear the game sounds? Oh my goodness, thank you. I had it muted, that's why. That's on me.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so next is Morgot.
I have a tiny brain.
Alright.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo. After we do Morgot, can we head to Fire Giant, or do we need
to... we go to Fire Giant after Morgot.
Good. Das ist good.
Das ist good. Is Melina there?
No.
There's not a summon sign for Melina?
I can never see him.
Oh, that's right. Player 2 can't see him. Yeah, here she is.
I'm like, oh.
Alright, look at it's the barefoot bitches. I'm concerned. I feel like you can't breathe wearing that.
Do I need to breathe?
It's kind of important.
He's gonna go just like that.
Yep.
Graceless.
I have touched so much grace.
I didn't know where that was going, and I was mildly concerned.
With these thrones?
Business chairs?
Godric the Golden.
We already beat this bitch.
Mikola and Melania.
I'm gonna ask a stupid question.
Uh-huh.
What are they prodigies of?
General Radahn.
America, I believe?
Praetor Rykar.
No, but like, if you're a prodigy, it's usually like
Princess
you're really good at playing the piano or whatever, right?
Prodigies
So
of the Golden Order, probably.
Willful traitors. All.
Listen, Morgot, stop crying, okay? You'll never be the Elden Lord.
He's got that like
Because
Puritan disease.
Yeah, because you're an omen. So no one loves you. Yeah, you think I'm being mean, but it's true.
By the flame of
Emboldened by the flame of my
He's got like monkey arms, and I hate it.
Have it writ upon thy
Cool sword, though.
meager grave.
Have it writ
You are
upon
a
thy
prodigy at
meager
anointing.
grave. Okay.
He's got monkey arms, and I don't like it.
Morgot. Last of all.
Oh, look at my pretty dress.
The tie of his robe looks like intestines, and I hate that.
All right. Anyway.
Oh,
Why me?
That's okay.
Oh. Okay. His sword goes very far.
Good news. I got an imp to help because he's cute and I love him.
Okay. I can also send a quiche. Oh, Melina does heals. Melina does healsies. That's what she does.
Melanoma. Here's
No.
iron. Wow. Sir, please. It doesn't hit me!
Okay. Face. Okay. Face two.
Phase rocks.
He's about to.
Okay.
All over the arena. Yeah, there it is.
Ow. Oh, hello.
He went.
As I lay in a geyser. Carrot cake. Someone want carrot cake? I want carrot cake. I have pumpkin. I was gonna say pumpkin pie. Pumpkin bread.
Let me get the crit.
Who has carrot
Okay.
cake?
Wow, that was kind of embarrassing for you, Morgot. That was a little embarrassing for you.
Look at my little imp. He's so cute. I love him.
Oh, look at me.
I want to get this one tattooed on me. With his big fat mouth and look at his little butt. He's got a donk on him.
Not really. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
does.
caked up compared like to the size of like his donk, but
That's what I'm saying. Like compared to like his legs, he is like he's got a round. It's not flat. He's got roundness. He's got some cheekage.
Some cheekage, he says. None may enter. Okay. Wait, how come it didn't give us a grace? And how come Melena's still here? Oh, there's the
Melina,
grace.
go away.
There's the
Hey,
grace.
Tish.
Okay.
Do you know the way to San Jose? Ah,
No.
hello. I don't either.
All right, Melena's gonna tell us to go burn the tree now.
She's gonna be like, burn that shit to the ground.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to
She's like, have you
converse
heard of
with you.
disrespecting your
You are
surroundings?
unable to
Would
enter
you
the
like
Erd
to?
tree. No?
Mm-hmm.
Prevented by the mantle of bark.
My
Bitch,
poor
you knew
thing.
that before you sent me here.
Impenetrable. A husk of the Erd tree's being.
Honestly, it's very rude
Spawns all that
when
exists
these
without.
customers. Wow.
Only way to become my purpose, so I'd like
When
to do the
NPCs
thing
send you
and
on fucking
guide you.
quests and they're like, oh, by the way, sorry, I forgot to tell you, you can't actually do this quest that I've just sent you on.
I broke his chair. Sorry. Oh. Oh. He says, I'm a fool.
Tarnished.
Well, you're dead.
Not but a
Fuck you.
fool. The Erd tree wards off all who
Not if I
dare
burn it
approach.
down.
Dane.
We are
Bitch, I've been forsaken.
forsaken.
Oh, your facial hair is kind of fucking.
All right, let's go. All right, Melina, why are you still here?
Where did all his like horns and stuff go?
Oh no, is it a curse?
I don't know.
Technically?
'Cause, like he lost muscle mass. He doesn't have all the hair on his arms.
Yeah.
He lost his horns. Like what
Yeah.
the fuck happened, bro?
Well, like, if you come up from this side, it almost looks like he's got, like, holes where the horns were on his face, almost.
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't know, maybe it's a curse.
Are you cursed, bro?
Well, now he's dead.
Yeah, I'm standing where I am, and oh wow, I'm like, look at my stream. Look how up in his shit I am.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you are.
I was like, let me dig. Oh my god, I got closer. Oh my god. I don't know. They're not like they're like indents more than holes.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is quite.
Maybe
a
it's a
view.
curse. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Okay, well.
All right, you ready?
Now, brown cow. Where to go?
Fire giant.
Yeah.
All right, you little shits. Are you all here for fire giant? No, none of you are here.
No one's here. No one's gonna see it.
No
They're gonna
one's
be like,
here.
Did you do fire giant? Did you? Did you?
Did you do fire giant?
You fucking fucks.
I didn't think so.
Listen here, you fucking fucks.
Also, one of my absolute favorite things about what Yaga's wearing is that armor specifically increases jump attack damage, and guess who does not jump attack?
I don't.
Guess who does not jump attack?
I'm doing it for the aesthetic. I am aesthetically a bird.
Aesthetically, caw!
Caw-caw!
All right, the grand lift of rolled is Ovathnia.
Oh my god.
Ovathnia.
Oh yeah. Right here.
Right now.
Oh my god.
I like our little pat 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 because we're both barefoot.
We got our tippy tappies.
It's our little pitter patter.
You'd be overweight with your luggage. Have you tried being less
Not overweight?
weighted?
Have you
Have
tried
you-
not?
Have you
But
tried
have you tried
going
not?
to Buc-ee's
Melina
and
is
then
still
having to buy
following
more?
us.
Listen, she wants to hang out. She's lonely.
Melina, this is not the way to get us to take you to the Erdtree. You're just a little desperate right now. Stop being a pick-me.
Okay, okay.
Wait, did we
Hear me
ever
out.
get this?
Get what?
The emote for this.
I don't know.
Regression alone reveals secret. we have this emote? Let me see. I want to see.
I don't know.
Switch. All right, it's not erudition. It's. Did you wish my things crazy? Let us go together. What do you want? Prayer. It's not erudition, right?
You said regression.
Is it regression? Do we have one called regression?
I mean, that's what the thing said was regression alone.
Yeah.
So I would assume it would be called regression. How do I do this?
Hello, I identify as a nobody today. Okay, so erudition lights the way is the other one. So what? I don't have one called. What did it say?
Regression.
Regression. Regression alone reveals secrets. Regression alone reveals secret. Sorry, guys.
I do this one.
I am so healthy today, Wolfie.
Mother.
Oh, mother. Oh yeah, I still never have oh mother from our thing bugging out.
Oh mother.
All right, can someone? I guess I'll look. I'll look. Which one this is? Regression alone. Lane Del statue gesture. Wow, look, I didn't even finish typing and it came up.
It was like, here you go. Are you good, kid? Lily, stop. Enough. You need to lay down. Go over here and lay down. Lily.
What is the name of the thing that I need?
Fathead.
Regression. Oh, okay. It is called the Law of Regression Incantation. So we might have that.
Let me
Inventory. Law of Regression. Yeah, we have it. Heals all ailments and dispels all special effects. All right. So there should be a grace right here. Go touch grace and read and switch my spells around. You guys want to see the crazy big reveal of Elden Ring? The whole big reveal of the whole thing?
No, because it's gonna reveal the secret game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the secret game that nobody can access in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
That's right. You should tell that story, Yaga.
So apparently there's a guy that's trying to sue Elden Ring, or the makers of Elden
FromSoft.
Ring, obviously. Because he claims there is a game hidden. Like, everybody who's played Elden Ring hasn't actually played the game. The game is actually hidden deeper within what people have played, and it's so hard to get to that no one's unlocked it. That what we've all played so far isn't even the game.
It's not even the game. That the game is so hard that
you can't even access
we haven't even we haven't even gotten
game.
to the game because the game is so hard.
Yeah,
and he's
like
suing From Software for it.
It's fucking insane.
It's actually crazy.
He's kind of claiming like it's almost like, you know, if you play like the tutorial of a game, you have to play the tutorial to get to the actual game.
Yeah.
He's got
Wolfie,
it
he literally thinks. All right, let's see.
And yeah, he's.
How come I didn't? Am I too close?
Are you too close or too far? Maybe you're
Too
not
far?
close enough. Try that.
Right, that's the one, right?
Maybe do it where the message is.
Okay. There it is.
I'm such a fucking brilliant person.
Look at that. Radagon? What do you mean? Is Radagon America? That's crazy. What is going on with this lag? The game.
Brain broken.
Brain
Imagine
broken.
being that unhinged though, being like playing Elden and being like, it's not even a full game.
But also, oh my god. Why? What is this lag? Dude.
Is that a suable offense, really?
What's the game? I mean, false advertising, I guess, but like, it's
Yeah,
not
but everything
even.
they've advertised is like what you've played. They haven't
Yeah.
advertised anything that you can't access.
That have beaten everything in the game, but we haven't. Apparently, according to this guy, we haven't. We haven't even, nobody has been able to access the game because it's so hard. Supposedly. What is with this lag? Oh my god, I might need to reload my game.
There's one of those invisible beetles.
Yeah, there's also a... I can't do anything. Okay. Love lag. Love lag. So fun.
Live, love, lag.
Live, love, lag. That's new merch right there, guys.
I was gonna say merch. No, no, no.
Okay, I think I might actually need to restart my game after this, because, like, I have no idea why I'm lagging. Oh, is it? Hold on. I bet you it's this fucking website. Game Rant, for some reason, just fucking is the worst website to exist. Look at this.
There's the legendary item over there.
Oh, it is on there. Okay, I was looking,
Yeah. I could hear when I was in the other room.
Okay.
I had my headset on. Yeah, I was like, I thought that's what you were talking about, but yeah, it's right there. But that fall is,
Made it.
made it, and it's a little bit ouchy.
No ouchie at all.
All the ouches.
Don't you do it! Ah!
I tried to moon this man, but the moon got stuck on the railing. God damn it, moon.
Okay. I'm going to use magic.
Oh.
So, there's a really cool thing in the DLC, guys. There's this little... It's not really cool. It's actually really hideous. Don't actually look at it. Don't look at it. It's ugly.
You mean the DLC that doesn't
fingers.
exist?
The fingers.
Oh.
Anyways,
Wiener?
so this is a really
Ow!
cool weapon that they gave you in the DLC.
Got hit.
So in Elden Ring, there is two types of magic. There's incantation magic, and then there's sorcery magic. And in order to do incantations, you use what's called incantation seals. And in order to use spell sorcery, you use what
Nothing
is
mean to me.
basically stabs or whatever. But in the DLC, they gave a new staff that lets you do incantations and spells at the same time, so you don't have to change between them, and it's kind of a big deal.
No! Ow, you motherfucker! He shoots faster than I can shoot the moon.
That's not really cool, is it? Wow. Don't do it.
Ah, he got mooned. Ow, you motherfucker!
Is there's a perfumer in here. Yeah, there it is. Hi. Please stop that. I prefer you didn't.
No, I'm getting hurt.
I prefer you didn't. Thank you. Okay.
These men are mean.
But also, guys, look at this. Look. It's so pretty.
Ah!
It's so pretty.
Men are falling from the sky!
It's so pretty.
We're having two very different
Hello, Ping. I'm gonna lurk. My
experiences
mom
right
is
now.
right behind me. It's butterflies. It's butterflies. Look. Butterflies.
We are having two very different experiences currently.
Let the buddies hit the floor. That's my favorite. That's my
Butterflies.
favorite System of a Down song. Okay.
Yeah, yesterday I was singing "Push It Real Good," your favorite System of a Down song.
Yeah,
sung by
my favorite
Saltine
System
and
of a Down
Pepper.
song. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, we're ready. We gotta go this way. You're doing so good. Wait. No, wait. Wait. I want to do butterflies.
Okay, he left. He said, "Fuck your butterflies."
Yeah, he
He
did
said
say fuck your
absolutely
butterflies.
not.
I rotted you with butterflies. Okay, I guess not. It's raining men, or are the bodies hitting the floor? It's raining. It's raining bodies. Hallelujah. It's raining
rocked.
bodies.
Get rocked.
Amen.
Please,
Thanks,
sir,
DJ.
Please, sir.
I've done
Oh,
it.
I don't like
Oh
he's trying to
my
lightning.
gosh.
He's
Men Are
trying to
Falling from the
lightning.
Sky sounds like the fake version of Red Raining Men that might appear on a Nickelodeon sitcom. Bosef!
What the fuck?
Bosef, how are you? And I miss
Okay.
you so much.
Okay, he's dead.
Wait, why is guys, how come nobody told me that fish is doing the stupid thing?
Because no one's fishing.
Guys, you
probably?
have to tell me when the fish is doing the thing where the menu stays up.
Guys, you have to tell us just stuff in general.
Wowie.
Communication is key, my guys.
Broseph the underscore, the underscore, the underscore. Wow. Actually, that's really funny that it said wow instead of like wowie. Broseph, I miss you. It's too cold
Where
for
are you?
fishing? It is getting pretty cold. It's getting pretty chilly.
Where are you? Where am I?
I died. I'm
Where-
coming back. I'm almost back. Stay where you are. I'm coming back.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
returned.
I am the cat, for I have returned.
I am returned.
Whee!
I ate beans for supper. Soffer? What do you eat beans for?
Suffering.
Fish
You're
pink soul. Oh,
overladen?
you're going to fish for me? Thank you.
Oh my god, are you encumbered? Are you cucumbered?
No.
If you're cucumbered, then you walk slower. So you gotta don't be cucumbered.
Where's
Goose
my
is
Roonies?
cucumbered. They're somewhere over here, probably. You're over cucumbered? Cucumber.
I'm coming. I'm coming. It's fine. Look at all these dead bodies. Wow. How'd that happen? Wow. How'd that happen?
I had to limit my coffee because if I drink too much, I get sick.
You don't want to get sick and poopies.
Sicky poopies.
Sick poopies. Exactly.
Fat bags? Man, if you get charged for fat bags, you should be like, that's discrimination.
I thought you were like saying fat bags like money. Yeah, I got fat bags, son.
That'd be nice.
I said, where are you to my cat? And right after you said, I'm coming.
No,
Die by butterfly. The only way you should die. No, I'm trying to butterfly. This spell is so silly, but I love it.
Visually, it's stunning.
I know, but
But-
it's so dumb.
It
It literally just does rot. It's very funny. It's very pointless. It's very pretty, but yeah, all it does is it inflicts rot on the enemy.
It sounds like me. It's so
it's
funny.
very pretty,
and
but very
useless.
pointless. Yes, that's you. Exactly.
It's me.
Pretty pointless.
Sometimes you just gotta be honest with yourself.
Yeah. Listen, if you just know your role, then life just gets so much easier, honestly.
It really does. Yes, it inflicts gat on people. Sorry.
Who said that? I banned them.
Oh my god. There was a man that stepped out from a building while I was picking an item up, and
A man?
it scared me.
All right, how come they have this like ridiculous frickin' quadruple crossbow here? Actually, Stars of Ruin also kind of sucks.
I could buy rocks. Ow! You! Oh, he killed me. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, you are dead.
I died so dramatic, too. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh no.
R.I.P. to the corpse I used to be.
No thank you. Hi, no thank you. I'd so much rather not. Wah. Okay, I said no.
But they
You need to
said
learn to respect women.
Like they said no.
He did say no. Also, that was kind of a rough spot to be in, honestly. That was kind of a difficult spot to be in. Oh my god, I'm back here? There's gotta be a closer place. Yeah. 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 Hi. What? Why? Why are you like this?
I remember the first time I did that, and you were like, "There's a guy here."
Have you had any more prison breaks? Oh, with the chickens? No. They've been good.
For now.
For now. We had a little bit of a scare with the bunnies, though. Because one of the bunnies was, like, humping one of the others. And we were like, oh god, please tell me it's not a boy. But no, they're apparently just lesbians.
Bro, when male bunnies grunt, it's, like, the most horrifying sound.
So I ate Quest low-carb protein chips a lot. Yeah, my mom does too. I was at Grocery Outlet, the 10 packs and snack bags, the cheese puffs. I was like, oh, I haven't tried those 10 packs. Pretty good deal at Quest. Ew, they're icky.
Icky. Oh no, icky.
Wait, so was it the grocery store's brand? Girl rabbits will hump to show domination. Oh.
World domination?
They were dominatrixing all over each other then.
World domination.
World dominatrix.
The domination nation.
They are Quest brand? Really? Hey, what are you doing? You're not doing... Wait, hold on. Is there something I can do that's like a big AoE? Let me see.
I don't know where it went.
Let's try this. Does this work? Yes, it does.
Barrier of
Butterflies work.
Butt hair flies.
Butt hair flies. Ooh, I don't like that at all.
Butt hair flies.
I am not a fan of that. Hi, Deanie. Rise up, ye tarnished, ye undead who yet live. Foul tarnished.
I just jumped on the roof and I'm working my way down from the roof to hopefully get back to where we
Thank you. This is post DLC, unfortunately, so I do have some DLC stuff. But
man.
No, not man.
Making my way downtown.
First of all, I have to find my... Oh, you are aggro to somebody because I can't get my runes.
I'm going to my runes. You died where I died, right?
Yeah?
Yeah, just come where I am. Come to me.
Question mark?
You died where I died.
No, I'm sure I did, but... Where is that? Real proof that Elden Ring is a girly game for gamer girls? Listen, it's called Souls Fashion for a reason. I'm just saying.
Hiding behind a wall, you coward. Take the moon.
Yeah.
He did. He took the moon to the flies.
Okay, here go this way.
I come up and try to find you, okay? Okay.
Okay.
I made it.
I'm being chased. They're chasing me. No, thank you.
You come down here? You jump
I don't know. I think I went the wrong way.
I don't know how you go wrong way.
I always go wrong way. I don't know. Because I am a fool.
My mark, you head toward it.
Yes, I just don't know, like, where that
Right here.
go. Oh,
Right there.
hold on.
It's
There's
up
so
here.
many men chasing me. Can I go
Oh,
up in here?
Yeah.
Yes, there's stairs in here. Okay, nice. You're right, and you should say it. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's
Right.
no point. Hello.
It's actually over here.
No, mine are not.
Oh, yours are up?
I don't. Where? Mine say they're
Well,
here.
mine were down. Mine were down here. Down here? Where? Here, kitty, kitty. Come through here. This is where I died, so you should be able to find your stuff from where I died.
Yeah.
I died down here.
Yeah. I bet you I'm in this room.
Yeah.
I'll betcha.
I died-
I'll betcha. I'll betcha.
I died here, and
I'll
then I lost you.
betcha. Oh, they're over here. I see him. I don't mind me. I just have a million runes to pick up.
Here, man. Moon for man. I am beautiful bunny man.
Okay.
That was dramatic.
Perfumer so wrong. Oh, well, that
Oh.
sounds so wrong.
He's going swimming.
Oh, look. Oh, no, I can't wear those because I can't have boots. It's against the rules.
And pants. Man, man, man.
This is what happens in New Game Plus.
Dodge, dodge.
This
man,
is what happens
dodge.
in New Game Plus, guys.
Ah!
I can't find anything because I have so much stuff.
Don't worry. I killed the man.
You did
killed
so
the
good.
man with the moon.
Killed the man on the
From the
moon.
From the woman in the moon.
All right, we are going this
Little
way,
sister.
apparently.
Don't believe a word
Whoa,
about things you
coffee,
heard
coffee,
about.
stream bot, chill, 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 chill. Pop, 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 pop. Our little pizzies. Our little pizzies. Pop, 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 pop.
I'm a creeper, Minecraft and reaper, blowing up lots of
Okay.
that'll eat
Hello.
your bud.
Hi, hello. Boop,
Are
boop,
you gonna
boop.
kill him?
Yeah, I
Kill him
did.
dead?
I killed him dead. Oh, this guy
Ew,
is
look how
eating.
gross. They look like naked little muppets. Look at that mouth.
You do not like the misbegotten.
I don't. They're fucking nasty looking. The design is just. Ugh. They have some really cool designs, but the misbegotten ain't it. Like, ugh. Wow. It's not enough they were starving. You had to like murk them too.
But there is a friendly dog somewhere. Let's see if we can find him before we kill him.
I mooned the dog.
You mooned the dog.
I
Holy.
mooned the dog.
Holy.
I said, moon.
Guys, I almost have 2 million runes and I still can't level up. Isn't that crazy?
You can't level up.
Level up, level up, level up, level up,
level up.
level up, level up, level up,
Level
level
up.
up, level up. Look at this is the dog. He won't attack. He won't attack you. He just chillin'.
Woo! Man, level. That's
He's
right.
just chillin'.
That man just tried to abuse me, and
Hi,
I just
doggy.
dodged. Ew, look at his tail.
Hi, doggy. Hi,
Ew.
doggy.
Oh, look at his face.
Hi, doggy.
This
Mwah.
guy's-
Mwah. He's
this
a good
guy's
doggy.
Nasty.
A good doggy.
Look at it. Ooh,
Yes,
that's me.
713 is max level. What are you doing? What are
trying to
you
zoom in.
doing?
I was trying to look at this guy and look at my screen.
Why does he have a man face?
Look at his. Yeah, look at his face. I was trying to like zoom in on his face like I did for.
Okay, so
Morgoth,
hold on.
and it
So
zoomed
he's
over.
got a lizard tail. He's
Yeah.
got,
like orangutan legs.
but
and arms.
like with claws,
Yeah.
with like T-Rex feet. He's got like a
Yeah.
man face
Like
with
lion
like a
hair.
beard.
No, he's got like lion hair. That's like a mane.
Yeah. What is going on?
A lot, and none of it is okay.
Did you go kiss
Not
the
a
doggy?
sing-
Come here, come kiss the doggy. And you go, mwah, mwah, good doggy. Mwah.
He looks like he's seen some shit. Like, look at his eyes. Are
He
you
has
good?
seen some shit. He's probably blind, and that's probably why he's just chilling. Oh, you are
blind?
poking him with your stupid head. You're hurting him.
I'm taking his temperature.
The misbegotten did nothing wrong. They're just little guys. They are just little guys. It's true.
They're disgusting creatures that need to be eradicated.
Tell Yaga to put a sock on the door. She's gonna be straddling monsters like that. I know, true. I didn't want to walk in on that.
Hey, don't make me make you play Cloud Meadow.
How are you gonna make me play Cloud Meadow?
It's called a hostage situation with gaming.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna fly to Tennessee.
I wonder
take
if
you
Jarvis is
hostage.
still here. This will feed into my crippling porn addiction that the people at work think I have.
To go with your 6-foot dildo?
To go with my 6-foot Dylan Doe, that's right.
Yep.
Good old Dylan. I just don't understand. I just don't understand the anatomy of a misbegotten. That's all. That's all really it comes down to. Hello, hi. Please
well,
no,
who
please
can
don't.
you ask? Because that's not in my repertoire of knowledge.
No, you're not a misbegotten professional.
No.
You're not a
sadly.
misbegotten lore
I
expert.
am trying to get my juice, guys. I'm trying to juice up.
Did you hear that? You hear that, chat? She's trying to get the
Juicing.
juice.
I need
Can
my
we
happy juice.
stop, my guy?
Well, I tried to roll, but it
Wait,
wouldn't
what?
let me. He set you on fire?
I guess we traded.
Disrespectful.
I guess we traded.
It's okay. I'm killing all his friends.
Okay.
It's just, it's what you would have
Need
wanted.
more crimson juice? I know. It's this, honestly, not making excuses, but it's honestly this dress. This dress has like 0 defense, and
My
I'm
clothes
playing
are killing
like
me.
I'm playing like I'm fully armored.
My clothes are killing me.
It's true. Look at the stats on this shit. Look at
My
this.
clothes will be the
It
death
has
of me.
It has 0.6 physical damage negation. 0.6.
My clothes will be the death of me.
0.6. 0.6 damage negation. It has almost literally no damage negation.
Fact, you're misbegotten. Ba-dum.
Beauty is pain. Is that some kind of speedrunner armor? No. No.
Yes,
This is a very pretty dress, and there's not very many pretty dress options in this game. Other than Ronnie's, which I do have Ronnie's outfit as well. I can wear that, the snow witch outfit, which is kind of cute too. But I like the deathbed dress. It's pretty. Plus it says it heals. Oops. Solely replenishes the HP of nearby allies, but not that of the wearer. So if I just hang out near Yaga, it just heals her. I'm just helping.
I'm just helping.
I'm just helping.
Be help.
I'm a team player. I would like to do that at some point. I would like to do like a healer and just like let someone go in and do all the damage and just stay from like far back and just keep healing them. I would like to do that at some point, but I think that would be kind of tough.
I eradicated that guy's family for you.
That's
It's
so
what
nice.
you would have wanted.
It is. It's true. It is what I would have wanted.
I've made it to the elevator. I am sitting and waiting for Vu, unless you want me to go ahead and find the thingy.
No. I am coming.
Le Grace.
I'm coming.
I'm on my way.
Bro, can I shit on something for a minute?
Are you asking for real? Sure.
It was more of a hypothetical. I'm gonna shit on it regardless.
That's what I figured. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and this isn't just solely to this thing, but this is the most recent of the like of things. It'll make sense when I say it. People and the obsession with Stanley Cups and buying like hundreds of them. I'm not
Okay, yeah.
exaggerating.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Why? It's like the Starbucks cups. I'm
Yeah.
like,
I was just gonna say it's like Starbucks cups.
Like,
I
at
don't
least
know.
with Funko Pops, it's like, okay, it's a little figure of a character you like from whatever franchise you like. Okay, that makes sense. Like, people buy action figures. But you could only use so many cups in a day, bro. Like, why do you need 130 fucking cups?
I don't know, man. I have to be with my parents for dinner in like 45 minutes. I both want and don't want to go. Is it at least like good food?
Why'd you want the Stanley Cup? You don't even watch sports.
It's not that kind of Stanley Cup.
No, I know, but Goose, he said the only Stanley Cup he wants is the NHL Stanley Cup. He doesn't even fucking watch sports.
Oh my god, is he a fraud? Is he a frog?
He's a frog. He
oh
goes,
my
ribbit,
gosh, ribbit.
ribbit. At night, I hear him. He's laying next to me and he goes,
He just
ribbit,
croaks.
ribbit. You fucking frog.
Oh, what's that? Oh, you already killed everyone there. Okay, never mind.
I did. I told you, in your honor. Your deathbed honor. But yeah, I keep getting on my Facebook page, like people will, they show random shit, and I'll see like groups that are like, here's my collection, and they're like, I have 122, and I'm like,
I want one, maybe
they're-
two, but yeah.
and it's the 40-ounce one, so they're like $50 a piece.
Oh yeah.
So it's like you have $1,000, and because they're like, you know, I've got 122, I have 200, and like, how many do you need though?
All of them.
And I get
What
like,
if my mom cooked or my
it's-
stepdad? If my mom cooked, it won't be as good. Yeah, as your stepdad, the cook.
It's the same thing with the Starbucks cups. I never got that. And people like fight over them. They show up at like 4 a.m. to wait in line, and then they like try and fight over them. And it's so crazy to me. It's a cup. It's a fucking cup. And you already have 100 cups. So why are you fighting over a pink cup? I don't get it.
Listen, I'm just trying to go on this elevator. Leave me alone.
Elevator. Oh, he moved away from my rocks. My
Yeah, he a
rocks.
bitch. All right, there's a guy on a horse.
A whore?
There's a whore. Yeah. Hey, who just shot me from behind?
The man that's behind.
Holy
Probably.
shit.
Blorp. Don't do it. Oh, I'm out of moon juice.
You got no
Get
blue
away from it.
juice?
My moon juice.
Got to get more blue juice.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Oh,
I
you
meant to
killed
do
his
this.
horse. What? What the fuck?
You're welcome.
God.
Bacon? No, it's ball. Lily, why are you over
What
there?
the?
I'm not-
What? What?
I looked away for 1 second and now there's a giant beetle bludgeoning my ass. I'm getting my ass handed to me by a shit ball. The fuck?
What
did you
was
do?
that?
I looked away so I could see what my stupid dog was doing, and then I'm getting molested by a ball of dung.
Oh god, PETA's gonna protest the stream? That was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that before in the whole time I've played this.
That's
Azara,
not even
welcome
my
in. How
favorite
are you?
bread, so I don't even care.
I don't even care. I don't even care.
I don't even care.
I don't even
Care. I don't
care.
even care. Okay. Wow, you didn't even wait for me.
I did.
No, you
Yes,
didn't.
you were right behind
Ran
me.
right on. You
Don't
didn't
act like
know
that.
that. You
I
didn't know.
I did. That's what you sound like.
I'm gonna get that sound and use it on stream.
God, I hate it here.
There's like
so
a sound alert.
much. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like Idiot Savant from Fallout.
Whee! So stupid.
Okay. All right, let's go.
I'm gonna swing from the chandelier.
From the chandelier.
Have you seen the parrot singing that?
No, I don't think I
It's so
want
funny.
to.
No, it's funny.
Couple job interviews. Let's go.
Whee!
You will get all of the jobs. You'll get so many jobs that you'll actually have to choose between them.
Or you can take all of them like Stonewall did.
Or take all of them. I don't suggest that. That's probably stressful.
But the money. The money. Oh! Don't. Don't worry, it's fine.
Oh, I wasn't worried.
Fine. I don't care about you either. Okay.
Didn't say I didn't care. I just said I wasn't worried. You're a fucking glass cannon back there. You're fine.
No, if I get touched, I'm dead.
Yeah, don't let them touch you.
Fair enough. Can I find a way to put you inside of a little robot to take with me?
I'm sorry, what?
Well, like, I've stumbled upon a black-bladed kindred. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on it. It's on
Oh,
me.
you're on it. I was running in circles going, hello?
I don't know if I
Sorry.
want to be put in a robot.
Well, you know, just like Discord. Not like you as a, like your brain.
So
I don't want you to be like the robot brain Roomba in Fallout. Although that'd be kind of funny.
that would be cool, but no. I mean, but for what? For your trip? Your Halloweeny? Or just in general?
Just like all the time.
Oh.
Like if I don't want to be at my PC, you know?
I mean, I know this is like a crazy thought, but like there's telephones.
No.
So like I could be in a little robot in your pocket.
Pocket robot.
Yeah, like a Pokemon. I'm dead. I'm fucked.
Pokemon!
Oh. Shit. I rolled too early there. Yeah, I knew I rolled too early there and I couldn't get out of it. My 8-bit do keyboard came in, but the wrist rest apparently shipped from China. So it'll be here for weeks.
You touch me, you
So the wrist rest gets here, just switching now. I don't use my wrist rest very much, I don't think.
I do. Shit! He just two-shotted my ass.
Well, that
Oh,
sucked because he was very
disrespectful.
close to being dead.
He was very close to being dead. He straight
What's that?
two-shotted my ass.
Pixels evolving. Doon, 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 doon.
No, there was like this little robot companion you could have. It was a little companion. He would sit on your desk and he would like, he almost looked like a little forklift or some shit. But he was really cute. And I was like, imagine if you could like connect Discord and then your friends like could just like talk to you through the little robot.
You
take it to
literally
places with
just keep you keep explaining telephones.
No, because what if I want to use my phone for some like, I don't know, what if I get a phone call, you know?
I just think it's so funny where you're like, what if our friends could be talking to us when they're not actually with us?
No, but I'm talking about like a little sentient robot. Like okay, like that. Did you ever watch Black Mirror?
No.
You haven't watched Black Mirror?
I have, but not like, I didn't sit down and watch like all 4 seasons or whatever, but I've like seen episodes because I know that they don't like connect to each other.
What are you fighting? Because I can't see anything.
The Black Blade Kindred still. Did you go back to the Stake of America?
I did.
Yeah, so Black Blade is right here.
He's not. If you look at my screen, you're just rolling around and taking
You're
imaginary
literally
damage.
standing in the middle of this fight. Like you're just
Yeah.
standing here.
There's nothing. I don't have anything. Maybe hold on.
I see.
That's really funny.
I'm looking. I see.
Well, because I was gonna say there's that episode that Miley Cyrus was in, and she was like the little robot. And that's what I'm thinking.
I see.
I just want you to be a little robot.
I just want to be a person. I just wish you'd respect me as a person.
No. Yeah, it's like the guy that rolled over me. Yeah, he wouldn't move, and then all of a sudden, I touched his grace, but I haven't like obviously reset it. But this is really interesting to watch. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
I mean, fine.
All right, Tish. One more hit, Tish. Go. You got it, Tish.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm like, you got
Getting
this.
schnitzel.
Schnitzel.
Oh, schnitzel, my bitch. No.
Okay, I'm gonna now touch this.
So Yaga wants a robot pet pink. That's kind of like what I'm getting from this.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I just want to be able to like take you with me, but like you're a little robot, and then like imagine if you could see through it like a webcam. So like,
So you're
Almost like a
talking about
drone.
FaceTiming.
no, like a drone. No, because you'd be able to move yourself. I don't want to carry you.
Yes.
You're an adult.
I don't want to
yourself.
carry you, she says.
Carry yourself. No, but you could be like a little like a Roomba with a camera.
So what I'm hearing is you and Goose are gonna move to Tennessee, and then we're gonna be neighbors.
I don't even know where that came from, but okay.
That's what I'm hearing right now.
I literally said I want you to be a robot, and you're
Yeah.
like, so you're moving to Tennessee.
I wanna move to Tennessee. I know, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
I heard you. Are you guys starting a commune? Listen, we're self-sufficient. We've got chickens and rabbits and
ducks.
We would be the coolest commune ever. People would literally be like so jealous.
It's a gaming commune.
A gaming commune.
Gay.
Gay.
We're in a platonic relationship, okay? Don't be jealous.
Is it platonic? Ducks are evil. Cute, but evil.
Are you asking me to marry?
Wait,
what just happened?
What?
Hello?
Why?
The floor?
Why?
Hello?
Why?
Are you also?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Yeah,
Is the lift gonna go back down again because you just did it?
Fucking no.
We're just trapped on a loop of this lift for forever.
Oh, at least the floor's here now. Yeah, we share
God.
plates.
We share plates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I share fries.
We share tectonic plates. She does share fries, that is true.
It's true. That is the
She
greatest...
did feed me fries in between songs at the concert.
Yeah, that is the greatest sign of love, is sharing your food.
It's true. It's true.
You can ask Goose. He's always like, can I have some of your food? I'm like, don't fucking touch my food.
Don't fucking touch my food. But meanwhile, she's like, fry! Fry! Don't forget the fry!
Because somebody kept drinking alcohol and dancing their ass off, and I was so worried that you were gonna get, like, sick. Because it was kind of warm out, and so I was like, you're gonna dehydrate, and you're not gonna have food in your stomach, and then you're just gonna get, like, fucking...
And then you'll pee your pants on stage with 30 Seconds to Mars. I mean, what?
With them? So they were also doing it?
Yeah, Jared Leto definitely peed his pants. Let's be real.
He saw you, and he was like, 3 tattoos? That's more than I have.
3 tattoos?
And then he peed.
And then he peed all over the place. Yeah, he was just so excited. He just went, eee!
Oh, that's true. Goose gets fed car fries.
We don't even share tectonic plates. I thought I was being all like clever and stuff too.
Wow.
There's not a single tectonic plate in common between us.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Did you just reveal that you peed yourself at the concert? Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
because that was revealed months ago.
No, I never actually straight up said. I definitely peed my pants on stage with 30 Seconds to Mars. I didn't. Okay, let me rephrase. I didn't like pee my pants. Like I wasn't like, oh, I'm just gonna pee because I just can't make it. He called a bunch of people on stage and he was like, if you have a 30 Seconds to Mars tattoo, come on stage. And Yaga was like, go. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna fucking go. And then I went on stage and I was jumping up and down and I was screaming and I was shit-faced fucking drunk and I peed a little bit.
Thought you were about to say, and I shit. I was like, I don't remember that part.
And I peed a little bit.
If it makes you feel any better, I will reveal that Pink made me laugh so hard, I farted. But that was back at the hotel. I almost died because I was laughing so hard. Because this bitch was like...
we had a very interesting trip.
Like, so what happened was all weekend they were playing the Hangover movies in our hotel room, and every time we turned on the TV, it was a Hangover movie. And so when we were heading back to the hotel, this bitch was like, I swear to God, if there's another Hangover movie on, I'm gonna
lose it. I'm gonna lose my shit.
And so she turns on the TV, and sure enough, it's a Hangover movie, and she's like, God damn! And I started dying of laughter.
And she fucking ripped apart.
I fucking farted. Which then made me laugh more. Because if you're not laughing at farts, then what are you doing?
I'm not gonna lie, right now I'm laughing so hard my sides hurt. Yeah. So if you've ever heard me and Yaga talk about like how she gets really upset about the hangover, that's what we're referring to.
Yeah.
Is how she laughed so hard at the hangover she farted.
I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe. Because just the absurdity of it all.
Okay, so now that you guys know that I peed my pants at the concert, do you know what it was even worse? Is that we had to wait for an Uber for like over an hour, and I had to sit there with peed pants.
It was the premium Uber. It was the fucking, it was Lyft, and it was the like $60 double black XL leather seats. Like I paid for the bougiest because that was the only thing that would get us within,
And
like,
I had
10
pee
minutes.
pants.
She had pissed her pants. And she had fucking pee pants in this luxury fucking
Like luxury fucking Lincoln SUV. And I'm just like, I hope his car doesn't smell like pee.
I probably would have got the double charge for you making it smell like piss.
Well, there you go, chat. There's the true story of what happened in Nashville.
Oh, I'm crying.
There's the true story of what happened. I peed my pants and Yaga farted.
Yeah, if you guys don't have bowel movements while you're at a concert or watching TV, then what are you even doing?
At least you didn't pee yourself in the lift. No, I just had wet shorts in the lift.
Yeah, it's when they were busy not cleaning up after their pets in the hotel room.
Yeah, they're smoking pets.
Yeah. I'm so sad we never got a smoking pet. Could you imagine we just go to Petco and get like a fucking gecko or some shit and go back to the hotel and be like,
oh my god,
now smoke!
Just like shove cigarettes in its mouth.
Now PETA's really gonna be pissed.
God.
Ow, you bitch!
There's so many of these guys.
Ow, stop.
I'm not a fan.
Smacked me out of the air. Oh, fuck, I ruined it.
Bro.
I know.
Holy crap, why are they so fast?
One, oh god!
I don't know if the moon's gonna work on this guy because they're ice. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, rocks it is. There's one behind you.
Yeah.
Trying to get rid of that guy.
Oh my god, I got iced.
Okay, one's down, one's down, one's down. Oh my god. That whole
How
trip was
come we
just
don't get their
hilarious.
masks? I want to get one of their masks.
Can we not?
No, I don't think so.
Hmm. No. No, no, don't ice me. Don't ice me. I need magic. There we go.
No shrimp? I'm not shrimping! I'm not shrimping!
Shrimp?
I'm not shrimping! Is that Yaga? It is Yaga.
It's me. Or is it?
Or is
Don't
it?
touch me with your icy breath. Someone likes Take 5 gum.
Guys, don't breathe on me. That's rude.
Yep.
DJ
Yep.
says, hi, Yaga!
Hi, DJ. Please stop breathing on me. He's almost dead, but he keeps breathing.
Okay, so like, am I crazy or do I like not remember this from last time? Did we just book it past here last time?
I mean, it's very likely.
It's very likely.
He's almost dead. Oh!
I just want my runes and then I will help. Okay. This is 2 million runes, bro. I can't be leaving this. I wasn't shrimping! I really was. I was kind of like a little sideways, but I wasn't shrimping.
Shrimping like becoming a shrimp?
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking leg.
My leg!
My leg!
My leg.
Malaria!
Whoa.
My rickets.
No, no, no! Peace! 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 No! Why? I'm just trying to do it.
Why are there so many men? Get out of here. Ah! There's a thing down here. The, what's it called? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Do you know what shrimping means? There are many definitions for shrimping. We call shrimping in this particular chat when I have bad posture, but it means lots of different things. Could
I
mean
found a chest.
shrimping
I'm
like
scared of it. Is it gonna teleport me, do you think? Let's find out.
Hopefully
It did not.
not.
It's a smithing stone miner's ball bearing.
Bell bearing.
Bop, boop, bop, beep,
Stuffed
doop, boop,
peppers.
boop.
Oof. Yum. Stuffed peppers are good. Look it up on Urban Dictionary. Yeah, things mean different things, though.
Yeah, like spooky.
Things mean different things.
I wish someone would cancel
You won't
me,
use
then I
that
don't
word
have
ever
to interact
again?
with people.
Well, probably not, because like I said, things mean different things.
Touch me.
Okay. Where are you? Oh no,
Uh,
don't fall, please. Please, 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 please.
I'm being bludgeoned.
I see. There's a guy behind you, behind you.
Ah!
Ooh.
Ooh! Hip-hop!
I
Ooh,
tried.
beep-bop, bidip-bidip. I'm stuck
I
on a
tried.
fucking rock. I'm stuck on a fucking rock. Dead.
These guys are very annoying.
They are. Yeah, I got stuck on the ledge and it just like I kept rolling in place. Really fun. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, we don't like need to be there, so we can go elsewhere.
Well, now I have to go get my onions.
Well, yeah, that too, I guess. That too, I guess. Oh my god, I can't even look at my map. There it is. This way. Whoa,
I
whoa,
can't believe
whoa,
you
whoa.
haven't watched Black Mirror. I'm gonna make you watch it. I'm gonna make you by going, hey, watch this with me.
Hey, watch this. We still have to watch
Hey,
House.
look at there.
We still have to watch House.
I know. Oh my god, I love House. I got my runes. Ah! Get away from me. Oh, look, there you are.
Oh, smithing
Hello.
stone. Yay.
Oh my
Why
God.
is Ko-Fi posting twice? You're about to be deleted from existence. Ooh. That was very close. I got cocky there for a second.
News to share? Oh god! No, I'm fine. That wasn't my news.
Congratulations on a Korok seed.
I thought you said Clorox.
Yes, congratulations on Clorox. I'm
Clorox
not sure what that
seed.
means, but Yaga says congratulations.
Yes. You're welcome.
Okay, are you ready to kill the prelate?
The what?
This fire bitch here?
Oh, that one specifically.
Yeah. I've never gotten her drop. She supposedly drops armor, but I think it's a chance, not a guarantee.
Oh, this is a big guy who does not care that I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Ah! Watch him whip! Watch him nay-nay. This
No,
bitch is gonna hit me in
don't
the
whip
butt.
or nay-nay, please.
Watch him whip, whip. Watch him nay-nay. Okay, he didn't whip. He didn't nay-nay. He volcanoed.
He volcanoed. He volcanade.
volcanade.
Yeah. Jinx. Jinx. Alright, where's she? There is. Ooh.
You like rocks? You like rocks.
Nice.
Hey, you got stunned, bitch.
Nice. Can I have the drop, please? Can I don't want your pants.
I got butterflies. I got the armor.
I only got the pants. Really?
I mean, yeah, I got the
I
armor.
only got the greaves.
I mean, it's a start. It's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, we'll just have to go back. Alright, chat, we're almost there. What are you gonna do what are you gonna do once we get there?
Yeah, what's our incentive here?
Yeah, what's our incentive?
What's our reward?
Why did we just speed run over to Fire Giant for you guys?
Yeah. What am I doing this for?
Ah! Torrent! Torrent, no!
That sounds like good.
Oh god.
No. Rip.
I can't believe that.
Now watch me rip.
Stuffed
That's
tomatoes. Ugh.
Is stuffed tomatoes our
Ugh.
incentive?
I don't want that if that's our incentive. Take it back.
Take it back. I don't want it.
Because you hate Fire Giant? Yeah, I know. And if you win, you don't have to do this again. But I do have to do this again. I have to do this every time I play this game.
I demand a better incentive. Ah! You want to take a guess what happened?
Yeah. I imagine you got a little bamboozled there.
Oh my god. I'm gonna knock that
Semantics.
shit straight off. Don't touch me.
Oh,
Don't touch
yeah, I
me.
see him. I see him.
Oh, I saw with my body. Don't. Okay.
I just
that's
jumped
fine.
over it. Love that.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that being there and I wasn't paying attention and definitely.
Semantics.
Hard.
Samantha.
Some antics?
You did write semantics correct.
Okay, we'll do this.
You not only did you spell it right, but you also used it correctly.
Define.
Good job.
Correctly. Okay.
Semantics.
Really? Oh, I'm out of juice.
It's shit on your ass.
It's shit on
Your ass.
It's shit on your ass.
It's shit on
It's
your ass.
It's shit on your ass. Apparently, this kid has his mom in his phone as spawn point, and I
I've
thought,
seen that, yeah.
yeah, that is actually kind of brilliant.
And I thought it was his dad, but either way.
No, the one that I watched it was his mom.
Oh.
Maybe there's more than one child doing this.
Yeah,
These
it's a trend.
Children. These trendy children.
Children are not
School
trendy. Soft cotton. The touch.
Cotton?
The feel.
The fabric
cotton.
of your life. Oh my god, have you heard that story about the guy who's like, they took us on a field trip to pick cotton?
No.
Oh my god, I have to send it to you because I sent it to Goose. Like,
Okay,
last
Wolfie,
night.
enjoy.
It's so funny. It's so funny because he's like,
Oh, completed the entire
Oh,
fish decks. Let's go, guys. Who just did it?
Winner chicken dinner.
0. Let's go. Who got it? Wolfie. Wolfie, you just literally completed the entire fish decks, and I just got the achievement for it.
All right, I guess that means no more fish.
No more fish. Fish is done.
No more fish. We need something new.
We're
Is there,
done
like,
fishing.
cat, bird, dog? Is there something else?
I heard the achievement, and I was like, how the fuck did I just get an achievement for fucking Elden Ring? I have the platinum. And then I was like, oh, wait. Why is it only worth 805 gold, but it's a legendary, and it's like the rarest one? But it's only worth 805. That seems
Do we want to
kinda
hit the
silly.
dragon before, RJ?
What dragon? Like Borealis?
What's right here?
Theodrix?
The one that's all snowy.
Went to pick up Schnitzel and it wasn't ready. What the Schnitzel?
Oh, he's trying to crush you.
I know he is trying to crush me.
It's not very nice. Okay, I'm putting him on the
I
box.
would rather you not do that, my guy.
Ooh.
Were you mad when I said Dragonite? I just pretended I didn't see it. That's the way I handle most things, to be honest.
That's how you handle me.
That's also true.
I say things and they just don't get acknowledged.
Not true at all. She's fucking lying.
Oh, what about the ketchup?
You sent me ketchup seasoning and s'mores ramen noodles, and you expected anything other than stunned silence?
It was one of those things where if I had to witness it, you had to witness it.
To be fair, that implies that before evolving, you were Dragonair. I am still Dragonair. Dragon
Eternally.
D's nuts.
You've got the rock. You got a good rock. It's a nice rock.
Did you get this golden seed?
I didn't, but like, do I even need it? Honestly.
We actually do, because I don't think we're full. I think, can we get to 14? I don't know.
There's a man here.
He's
Who
going
put
to
this
slam.
man here?
He's gonna slam. Slammies. Slamming
Go on and
pajamas.
slam. Welcome to the jam.
Oh, we go that way.
Jam.
That way.
Not that.
Wow.
Ah! Me too. Me too. Not that.
Wow.
I'll take 3 years to get up, apparently. That guy was a fucking dick, I tell you what.
That was some bullshit.
Like,
Come
he
hit this
knocked you up,
statue.
and then me.
Come hit this statue.
He said I get too far one. Too far one.
Oh my god, he's taking forever.
I can speed him up.
That didn't speed him up.
Too far.
Okay, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Come on. There we go. Thank you.
Ow! You fiery son of a bitch! Stop doing. I'm dead.
Okay,
He did the thing where he stunned me so much I couldn't get out.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He's so mean.
Yeah, bully.
He said, I'm mean.
No!
There's the grace right there. You can.
Oh, I got because I was too close to the tree that Torrent couldn't summon. Oh my god. That
Torrent
I got.
Ruins everything.
One of the other streamers you watch other streamers?
Wow, offensive. You can only watch one streamer and give them all of your money.
No, I lied. That's damn straight.
You only need enough money.
Only
to
you?
keep the roof
Yes.
over your head.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, I've seen so many people like. Of course, this is trash. Of course, it's trash. But I've seen so many people complaining about that the two characters that are in the trailer are not white, and there are so many people who keep like posting and they're like, do you know that like the characters from the first two were also not white? Like,
What about? What do you want about?
the main character of Subnautica, the character you play as in
Oh.
Subnautica, his name is Riley, and he's a black guy. So like when people are like, oh my god, I can't believe that you're gonna put, you're pandering blah 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 by having, people of color be the main characters of Subnautica 2, and it's like, bro. Bro.
And people aren't smart as a whole.
I only
Like,
watch you, oh, leader of the cult. Oh, we need to cult again soon. Yaga and I were gonna do a
gotta
cult
go!
together.
I'm the goal.
Yeah, because it's 2-player now. So Yaga and I have to make a cult soon. Plus we can be Nakey. Guys, do you want to be Nakey in the cult?
Naked.
Nakey,
cult.
blessies! Alright, so Borealis is gonna be ahead. It's funny you can't see Borealis with the thing.
Because he's probably up in the sky.
Maybe, but then
above.
why the fog? You know?
Just to make
Did I
him-
see Subnautica? I did see Subnautica 2. I hope it's multiplayer, or at least co-op. I'm so not hype. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt.
Is it?
Straight, just keep going. We need to go a little bit further into the lake.
I mean, I'm kind of far into it. Here we go. Starting to get questionable.
Here she is. Here she is.
Borealis! Freezing
Borealis!
frog.
The freezing frog. Yeah, that's the one. I can't see her though. Okay. Oh, she iced me.
I also
Okay.
can't see her. Where the fuck is she?
Hello.
Oh, I see her. I see her.
Okay. Oh, here she is. Okay. Hi. Hi, sweetie. You like fire? Oh no, you don't like fire. You're
Likes
very
rocks
upset
in her
about it.
face.
Okay, hold on. Let me hold on. Wait. Ah!
Well, I was already doing
Got it. I hope it has better writing. I mean, if they... I don't know. Either... If they have like a whole new writing team, maybe. Maybe, possibly. But if it's the same people from Below Zero, then yeah, it might not be. We might not be having the best time.
Here again. I love my
make this.
meteors.
I made it.
Plus my little imps going.
I never played Below Zero because a lot of people told me to like not even bother.
Yeah, but look, a lot of people told me don't play 6 for Resident Evil, and that first campaign we were dying of laughter. Although I feel like the Chris one hasn't been as funny.
No, it hasn't.
I don't know why.
Because he's not
Leon
as like
was-
drama queen as Leon is.
Leon's very drama queen. I mean, you've seen that clip in 4 where he does the
kicks the
backflip
door,
off
yeah.
the door. Yeah, that is just so fucking stupid.
So are we gonna do that for Halloween? Because I will go get a cop costume for real.
I don't know if I have anything. Like, I don't have a short black wig for Ada. Ow! I just got punched. Yeah,
I mean, you could be, you could Jill. I mean, we wouldn't be the same thing, but you know, you could Jill and I could Leon. Ooh, ooh. Yep, I got stuck under his foot. I couldn't get out. Fuck.
I need to juice up. Literally,
That
so
was
close to
on
death.
me. That death was on me. I got stuck between his feetsies.
Peetsies.
His
Okay,
peetsies,
where's
yeah.
the closest thing?
But it's kind of shorter, and it loses the spooky factor. The one thing that I heard about Below Zero, that was different than Subnautica, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but Subnautica had like a very big open map, and I've heard Below Zero's map is smaller, but it has more verticality, meaning like you go on land and you go deeper into the ground or underwater, is what I've heard. You can finally bully my friend to play with me. I really hope it's co-op, because that was one of the things that I was like, man, Subnautica is like perfect, but one thing that would take it like one step higher would be co-op.
Get
Is
off the board.
equally, if not more deep than Below Zero. Really? Well, I know you go on land. I know you go on land on Below Zero, which you
Like a crab?
don't do very, very much in 1.
I touched the thing. Are you?
I'm
Okay,
here.
you
Yeah,
are
I'm here.
coming.
I'm here.
Okay.
I gotta go get my runes though.
I didn't know if it was
Like 1/3,
Yeah.
really. I keep wanting to say like Subnautica 1 and Subnautica 2, but they're not 1 and 2. There are 3 levels in 1, which are deeper than the surface biomes. I still love that I never saw the end Leviathan because DJ protected me the whole time.
There's a swordstone key thing over here.
I'm almost back to my runes. I see them.
I don't know if you want to hit that or if, yeah, we don't have to because I mean we're gonna region lock anyway.
Yeah,
so.
we're gonna region lock after Fire Giant.
But it felt like Borealis was kind of like it's right here.
Yeah.
It's literally we were past.
We have to cross port. Oh, there's a Church of Marikar straight ahead too. Like
Go
if you
to
go down to the Lost
church.
River, then there are 2 more layers beneath that, like an onion. It's like an onion.
Oh my god, you probably didn't see it, but I got this really fun thing for chopping, like more than just onions, but mainly I got it for chopping onions, where it's like one of those slap choppers where it's like you put the piece of onion in and then you just like push it down and then it dices it, and oh my god, what a life changer! Like it,
Life changer.
it's
You mean like an
amazing.
ogre? 75k and 22k by the end. I know. You did so good at protecting me though.
Cause like when you chop the onions, they make you cry.
And they make you cry.
They make you cry. You go aboo.
I don't go aboo.
Aboo. Well, do you chop the onion?
No.
See, that's why you don't go aboo.
No, I just don't go aboo because I'm a human
Because you
person.
don't chop the onion.
Guys, do you remember? Do you guys remember when I was almost done with the game and Raven got bored and teleported me across the whole map? Do you guys remember that? That was fun. That was fun.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is.
Name a more arcanic duo than the prawn suit and getting stuck in the floor. Oh my god, how many times? How many times did my prawn suit get stuck? I had to make... Oh my gosh, and also my Scooty Doody. I had to make so many Scooty Doodies because they kept glitching into the map.
There's a jail. I'm at jail.
Hi, Alias. How are you? Welcome in.
I went to jail.
Sometimes when I cry, I take out an onion so I can yes. See, Nikki's got it.
Or you just get a big stick and be like, I poked my eye.
Ow! Lord
On the
Contenders
stick.
Evergwale. Are you ready for the Evergwale?
Okay.
Alias, how you doing? How's it hanging? How you doing? How you going? How's it doing? Getting stuck in the door? Yeah. My prawn suit got stuck in one of the buildings that you go into and scan everything. This is
What
Vike,
is
yeah,
that?
it's Vike. It's Vike. So cool story about this guy. If you guys care about Elden Ring lore. If you care about Elden Ring lore, this guy right here, was he was the closest to ever becoming Elden Lord before your character. And
And then he went to jail.
no. Well, he did go to jail, but not really. And when he found out he had to burn his maiden to burn the Erd Tree to become Elden Lord, he basically like went crazy and he was like, I can't do that. I won't burn my maiden. And so
Pussy.
he betrayed the Two Fingers and he went down into the subterranean shunning grounds and he vowed himself to the Three Fingers, and basically brought
What about
chaos onto the world.
thumb?
Yeah, he lusted after dragons. Yeah.
Did anyone like pray to the thumb?
No, because there's only 2 fingers, not thumbs.
But you said that he went to the Three Fingers. What about the thumb?
Oh, the Three Fingers does have a thumb. That's right.
See? Thumbs.
In short, he had principles. Listen, I will burn my maiden. Burn that bitch down.
I'll
She
burn a
wants
bitch.
it.
Oh,
She wants it. She literally
Wow.
begged.
Wow.
No, she
Wow.
literally was like, please,
Wow!
please take me to the Erd Tree and burn me alive, please. It's my
Phrases
one
we
thing I
shouldn't
want
say
in
on
life.
stream.
It's the
No.
one thing she wanted in life. She wanted her life to mean something.
No, we don't
Yeah.
say certain things on stream. That's one of them.
How long did she beg for it? Was it her outfit? I mean,
Wow.
look what she's
Guys,
wearing. She
guys.
clearly wants to be lit on fire.
Stop. Go to jail.
Go to jail.
Straight to jail.
But no, so for real, Melina basically, she asks
Melanoma.
you. She asks you to do it. It's like the highest honor.
Burn, baby, burn.
We have the best stream in the world. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks to jail. Thank you. Go again. Go to jail.
Give her
Straight
sneeze
to
so hard, Lisa.
jail.
Hey, here's another things that you wanted. It's clothes.
Oh, we kill her.
Okay, I'm dodging it.
Do you hear that, chat? If you want someone's clothes, you kill them. Okay?
Ow, ow, bitch.
Is that
Have a hammer.
that clear?
I'm dead.
Don't do that.
So anyway, take this hammer. Yeah, she hammered me. I got
Hammer time.
Lainoon
Linuni?
or lie no one.
Lie no one.
Lie no one.
Listen, bitch. You knocked
Me?
it off. You
She did.
knocked
She
it
knocked
off.
me off my horse and killed me. That was the problem. Oh,
If I don't get her clothes, I'm gonna be pissed.
Ow! Firing! Firing balls at me! Firing fucking phone! Man.
What?
They're being really fucking upsetting.
Yeah.
honestly.
I'm not
Ow,
really
stop it.
feeling this whole area right now.
Ah!
You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I hate that they can hit you before you can even stand up.
Yeah, it seems like pretty
But
fucking...
you can't
Ow.
do that to them.
Yep.
Guess
yep,
what, chicken
let
butt?
that happen.
What's up, Magruder? How are you? Welcome in.
I got set on fire and it fucking hurt. It fucking hurt.
Is it from Line Raccoon? If so, then I want to rhyme Lanoon with high noon. I don't know how you technically say Lanoon. I mean, I don't know if that's even right.
It's line no one.
Lie to no one.
Lie to no one or to everyone.
Whoa. Whoa.
Die, you bitch! Don't fucking touch me. Get fucking fucked.
Oh shit. So
you dropped.
Oh fuck. They have okay, that makes more sense. They have thorn sorcery, which does insane bleed damage.
Thorn sorcery?
Thorn sorcery. Horn sorcery.
Oh, I'm out of stamina. I can't spam if I have no stammy.
That one tapped me? Oh my god. You went on a date? How'd it go?
wanna
Do
go
you
on a
like
date.
them? You want to go on a
Take
date?
me on a date, Pink. Let's go.
Okay.
Take me to the fire giant.
Okay.
Okay. Worst date ever.
Zigzagoon with ziggy stripes evolves into Linoon with straight stripes. So I would say Linoon. Linoon. Like high noon? Like 6
It's
p.m.?
high noon.
Like 6 p.m. you mean?
Yeah, 6 p.m.
Wait, did you kill the fat one?
I did. I killed it, and it didn't drop shit for me because she is mean.
No, we have to reload the area and kill everything again.
Kill them all. I'm having flashbacks to Spartacus.
I am Spartacus. And this
Such a
is
fucking good show.
Spartacus.
Spartacus?
Spartacus? Prelate's charge. Ooh. Ooh. Alright guys, we're almost there.
They haven't told us what we win if we defeat.
Yeah, what do we win if we beat Fire Giant? Been out of the dating world since 2019. I'm not even going to tell you how long it's been since I've been on a date because you guys will feel bad for me and then I don't want you to feel bad for me.
Like, if
Everyone
you're-
needs
if
to
you're
look at
doing it-
Discord at the art I'm drawing and let me know. Okay, I will in a minute.
But like,
Huh.
if it's your choice and you're like, no suitors are suitable.
I mean,
then,
that is true. You know, thank you so much for the raid. How was Sea of Thieves? Did you
Sea of
see
Thieves.
all of the thieves? Thank you so
A
much for
giant
the
man.
raid.
You want to kill this man?
Yes, we can kill this man.
Yay!
We can kill this man.
Hairy butt.
What's up, gamer? Hello. Not been a day since my last husband. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna let Yaga kill that giant while I do raid stuff.
He says rawr.
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 You're playing with a fellow firekeeper. Yeah! What's up? That's awesome. Rome is pretty cool. Alright, let me come over here. Let me...
I did it.
Okay, you did it. Alright, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, go.
Hello, hi, welcome in, Raiders. Hello, fellow firekeepers. Hello, 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 welcome in. If you do not know who I am, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. That includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. I have a really quick little video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you've got your popcorn and your comfy blankie, and I'll see you guys in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PP. We're gonna wait, because we just got another one. Hello, hello, Rome. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hello, fellow firekeepers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let me make sure I said hello to everyone. Salty Heathen, hello, hi, welcome in. Funny Man, how you doing? Ailwin, I hope I said that right. A1, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much. We did just get a double raid from, and from Rome. So I want to make sure that we rewind, start fresh, start again. Hello, hi, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Welcome in. If you need to raid and run and do any post-stream care, by all means, you are more than welcome to. But for everyone else, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I know you guys just started this, but we're gonna rewind. It never happened. And roll the tape. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like
farts.
collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run, get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhas? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid, you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those who do not know, I am a very proud member of the Firekeeper stream team. And yeah, it's for all the lovers and appreciators of Souls and Souls-like games. As you know, I am fully in my Elden Ring era right now. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna get back into voice chat with Yaga and we're gonna fire giant. Are you ready?
I am. I found us 2 graces.
I know.
and
I'm
then
already at foot of the
standing-
forge.
I'm at.
Need to raid and
I'm at
run?
one-
No problem. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Rome. I hope you have a wonderful night. Enjoy the fam.
I'm at the right door.
Okay, I will go to the other door. Not that it matters, but I just like going
It
this door
doesn't.
for some reason.
Can't see him yet from this door.
No, you
So.
can't see him. All right, I am about to go in now.
I have crossed. Oh, I see him
All right,
now.
do we have Alexander? Do you see Alexander's summon sign?
We've talked about.
I
this.
know. I don't necessarily mean you. I mean me. Like, do I see, or is it on the other
Oh.
door?
It might be over here.
All right, let me go over there. Oh, he just big chillin'.
Yeah. Why is no one? What do we get? No one's.
we?
No one's offered us.
Wait, we don't have Alexander because we haven't done Alexander's quest. Like, we haven't even set
What?
Alexander out of the hole yet.
Okay. Well, we'll try it without him and see how we do.
Okay.
But,
3 a.m. You know, you're a champ.
literally,
let's go.
literally, y'all have given no incentive to do this.
I know. They just want to see us suffer. That's all it is.
You're like, yeah, give us free entertainment through your suffering, you losers. Disrespectful is what it is.
I probably should have changed my talismans for this, but
Oop, oop,
yeah.
oop. That somehow didn't hit me. Big fucking weird. I'm rolling. I'm stuck on a tree, but it doesn't matter. I'm not mad about
Picturesque
it.
state
Just
of
gonna-
Maryland.
Oop, that I felt. That I felt. That I felt. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, there's this.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? No, but not really. Okay.
Do it. Yep.
Put my little guy
There's-
out. Because I love my little guy.
I can
Oh,
put
that's right.
Tish
He
out,
really
I
does
guess.
like rolling.
Yeah, and then these are the tracking fireballs. My feet are
Is-
probably so cold.
Can you hit the fireballs or no?
No.
That's kind of bullshit, you know?
I agree. Especially because they blow up.
Yeah. He tried to just slap me.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another fireball. I don't know where that third one came from. I only saw the two.
Oh, okay. Okay, bye, I guess.
Yes.
Fuck me then. Sure.
Oh,
Bro,
shit.
don't
I
do
thought
it.
it already exploded. That was on me. Literally.
I don't do very much damage to him though. Might be a little rough.
We'll be fine. I'm on him.
Magic moves into him? Okay, magic does some work to him.
Do work.
I don't know what he's weak to. I never remember what his actual
He's
weakness is.
weak to being a little bitch.
I don't know if he's weak to that. I think he's very strong for that, honestly.
No, I'm talking about him.
Oh, I stunned him because I could hit him in the eye with my magic. That's pretty cool. Ooh. All right, I see you, my guy. I see you. You're so brave. You're so strong and cool with your shooties and stuff.
He's got his grumpy pants on. Oh, he rolled away. What a bitch. Fucking throw fireballs at me, piece of shit. Alright, Pink, finish him.
Alright, chat. There's Fire Giant first try. Are you happy? There's Fire Giant first try. Without Alexander. First try. Actually first try, though, Chaos. Not first try every try. First try, actual first try.
For realsies.
For realsies, though. Guys, do you remember when I couldn't beat that? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge Farm always remembers.
Where is
Pepperidge
the
Farm
grace
is run by
here?
elephants. It's right here.
I can never see in the fucking snow. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright. So we did the Fire Giant. We didn't get any prize from chat, of course. Disappointed.
Thanks, chat. Thanks for
chat.
nothing.
Thanks, chat. Thanks a lot, chat.
Yeah, thanks a lot, chat.
I worked
Thanks for
really hard.
nothing.
I worked really hard on this. Now we have to go back to Limgrave and Region Luck.
Thanks for nothing.
Thanks a lot, chat. Thanks a lot.
Gosh.
Wow, look at we have no graces. Look at Limgrave.
Go back to the
immediately.
standard graveyard and start
Look,
from there.
the standard graveyard.
Stranded. Sorry, I'm. Ooh. You want to go back to the or
Let's go back
first
to
step.
the standard.
First step. First.
Yeah,
first
yeah.
Step.
First step is
First.
fine.
First one step. One.
Thank you guys.
step.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Chaos, how you doing? Also, guys, Chaos is about to finish the Elden Ring DLC for the first time.
Chaos. Chaos.
He's doing
You
so
have to
good.
give us- you have to give us the "I'm proud of you, son" speech because we took out
Yeah.
Fire Giant
Can
on our
you
first try.
can you give us the proud dad speech, please, Chaos?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, since chat didn't do anything,
Nobody
they didn't offer any sort of
appreciates
like
us.
gold star.
Nobody appreciates us.
Yeah. No, they're like,
Do it, go to
All
Fire
right,
Giant, do
I have
it.
a serious question. Hold on. What are my stats? I think my vigor is already at 99.
Vigor.
Oh, my vigor is only at 98. Okay, so I can
Your
okay.
vinegar?
My vigor. So can
Vinegar?
you with buffs and talismans and everything, can you get your health bar like all the way across the whole screen? That's a hole. The silence.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I love how I'm like, that's a hole as you go down it. Beautiful. It's been a while since we had some good new clips on the channel.
That was great.
Igor?
That was great. That was beautiful.
Oh god, that was too funny.
It was just the dead silence that followed.
That's why I was like,
That's the silence of somewhere between shame and just depression. Like just like that. Oh.
Squints! Holy crap!
Are we gonna do the dragon over here? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm opening the quick chest though. It's that time of the month. Squints, thank you for a whole heckin' year. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Crazy. I think we're 28. We might, I don't know, we might actually, there's a chance we can hit this, I think. Back up. Did you know that? Did you know that, Chaos? Did you know that, Chaos? Did you know that?
Did you,
what?
Chaos?
What? Wait.
What's my
Wait.
dad's speech?
Wait. Yeah, Chaos. He's typing it. He's got to be typing it.
Oh, okay.
He's got to be typing it because he would never let us sound like that.
Never. Not like my real dad.
Not like my real dad.
Chaos is better than my real dad.
Also, yes, we both have really shitty real dads. So can you be our dad,
The
Chaos?
bar is super low. You can just literally be like, good job, and I'd be like, oh my god, thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Was it water infused with hydrogen? Appreciate you. I appreciate you, Squint. I appreciate all y'all, especially because I'm like literally the worst streamer to ever exist, and I'm like, teehee, I have just a little mendy bendy, and I can't stream for a month.
A menti bee.
Just a little menty bee.
I just watched the crabs fuse into the floor. That was interesting. I don't think that's how that's
We
supposed to
need
work.
1, 2, 3 more followers. We need 123 more followers. Nice.
I think I'm close to hitting some sort of thing.
You should be at 4 now? 5?
Yeah, nah, I'm close to. I don't think I've crossed the threshold.
Yeah, I think you were like teetering for a bit. The best.
Figure
I
that always
honestly, I appreciate you saying very nice things to me, but you can even ask Yaga. She knows I suffer from a lot of guilt from like having to take as much time off as I do. Like, I was not gonna stream tonight because I am like starting to get a little sick, but I was like, I want to Elden Ring,
And I did not want to stream today, but because I have canceled so many times on Pink, I was like, listen, I gotta get my shit together.
yeah.
You
So
can
we're
even ask-
tough.
you can
So
ask
we're
Boot.
toughing it out for you guys, chat. I hope you appreciate.
No, I'm toughing it out for you.
And
'Cause
then
I
I'm toughing it
specifically-
out for everybody.
I told Goose because he's like, "Do you have plans this weekend?" I was like, "Oh, probably hang out with Pink because like it's been a minute and
2 weeks.
I'm an
2 weeks.
asshole."
2 weeks, chat. 2 weeks.
It's called Passion.
It's called Menti Bendy.
It's called I'm still.
Ew, what is this guilt thing? Is it contagious? Oh god, imagine. Ugh. Imagine. Lurk for food, enjoy your food. Alright, we gotta get this dragon.
Yeah.
But we also know you are fully aware of the fact that we are always understanding and supportive. I know. And I do. I know that, which is why, like, I am able to take time off, but...
I would like to
oh my
say
gosh,
yes and
it's a
no.
J Dave.
Yes and no. Some people are understanding. Some people less so. But that's okay.
Howdy, Dave.
Sometimes
How you doing? Good to
it
see
is
you,
what
friend.
it is. This
Yeah.
man on a horse is very, very angry.
Are we dragoning? 'Cause
Ow,
it's over
ow,
here.
ow. I'm being abused by a man on a horse.
Oh, okay. Like Django? I know, J Dave.
Ow. Stop, you turd butt.
It's so funny because you would assume a robot would be able to see like capitalization. I mean, I know yours isn't capitalized, but like Yaga's is capitalized. And it's always
Bro.
like BabaYaga witch. Like, it doesn't know how to say.
I mean, to be honest, people can't even get my name right, so I'm not really expecting it
People
from a
can't get
robot.
my name right, but the robot can say my name right.
Like, people are
You
always
did.
like,
You said you're getting schnitzel, and I said, what the schnitz?
BabaYaga.
Baby Yoda.
Baby Yoda. BabaYaga. It's always baby. I'm not the baby.
You are a baby. Don't lie.
I'm just a baby.
Where's Dragon?
I don't
Dragon!
know. He usually did we already kill the dragon?
Did we?
I don't think we did.
Well, wouldn't it be on the list of things that we did?
I need to figure. Okay, somebody in this chat, even if you're a lurker, answer me. Somebody in this chat needs to know how to fucking install mods for this game, because I tried to put a boss counter mod on, but it was like, make sure you back up your save because there's this very small chance that it can corrupt your saves, and I was like, fuck no, I'm not losing all my shit. And then I was like, I don't know how to back up my save, so I just panicked and uninstalled it.
Do we want a pyre of people burning? I have that.
No.
Hmm.
No.
Well, we have it anyways, so deal with it. We might have already fought him.
That might be. I can't get my name right. Hell, I can't remember my birthday.
Like, honestly, if he's not popping, it might have been one of the first ones we fought.
It might
besides
be.
the,
I thought I
Sentinel
checked
dude.
them all off, but it's possible I missed one.
Yeah, because he's not popping.
He's not, and he would
feel like-
definitely, like,
Yeah.
drop on us by
yeah.
now.
So, okay, well, noted. Turns out we already fought this dragon because we're so cool. Or are we?
I don't know how to install mods in Minecraft, so I can't help. The only mod I know how to do is in Stardew. Like, this is a mod. Like,
don't.
Yaga and I are playing on a mod right now.
He's a man.
But, like, it had instructions on how to install it. Like, it had step-by-step instructions on how to install
No,
it.
you can touch me.
And, like, the boss counter, like,
Uh-uh.
didn't.
I made him
So
out.
I'm just
I made
like,
him
I
out.
don't.
I made him out. I made him out. I did it. I did it.
Yeah.
Kill the swords.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Alright, let's actually do something. Okay, hold on. Let me
Okay.
look at the map.
I mean, we were doing something. It just turned out we already did the something we were doing.
Okay, so we need to go this way to Mistwood so
Okay.
we can get Blythe. So we can start Ronnie's quest.
Please.
Get all that. So are we gonna do the Frenzied Flame ending? Because I believe it's the only one that you and I both don't have. Is the Frenzied Flame.
Sure.
Well, it's kind of like the bad ending.
But if it's the only one we
Hi,
don't have.
It's so good to see you. Okay, how come when bosses use this, it's so fucking strong, but when I use it, it's like,
Is it because you're just a baby?
work done, yay, let's go, enjoy your Friday. Zeus, I love you, I miss you, hi.
I don't actually know what I'm doing. I just
Can you can see my markers now, right? They changed that, Chaos, and I can
think
see each
so,
other's
the number
display.
1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm number 1.
I'm so happy.
I'm number 1. Awoo!
Oh, I lost someone.
Awoo!
I went past
Awoo!
it. Lol. Oh, there's a thing in this.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Blythe though.
Look at my screen. Ow,
Oh,
fucker.
he's sleepy.
Oh, he's not sleeping now!
He's just a
The pig
sleepy
woke him.
guy. He's just a sleepy guy.
He's not asleep anymore.
I just hear it all. I just hear it all over there.
It was the pig. Pig
Over
did me
here now.
dirty. The pig did me dirty.
Oh god.
I ran up on him and he was still
Ugh.
asleep, and then the pig said, "Fuck you."
Oh god, that was so funny. I'm trying to get Blythe. It's just hearing you. Like,
Please stop. I'm
oh
scared.
gosh.
No. Stop it.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Guys, guess who posted a video on YouTube yesterday?
Guess who just got smacked by a fucking bear right now?
The name's Blythe.
Anus. Anus posted a video. She's alive, guys. Anus is alive.
Can I go down here and then it can't get me?
Oh, I guess I
You
can
can't
help
fit
you.
in here. You can't fit in here. No, I went down. You're fine.
Oh.
Don't worry about me. I went down a hole.
Do you want to try and finish Fallout? Oh yeah, you're watching the show, right?
The show is so
The show. It is so good. Where are you, DJ? What episode? With a name like Anus, they must be the shit. It's A-E-N-U-S. Anus. Anus. It's good to see you too. Always good to see you.
Is the bear still up here?
I'm watching Agatha. I know. I have to watch Wednesday's episode.
I haven't watched anything.
Oh, it's pretty good so far. It's interesting. It's like,
I can tell where the bear is because trees are falling. Fucking terrifying.
okay, so now we need to go to here. Now I need to go back to 1 again. It's been Agatha all along. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like, it doesn't feel very Marvel. Like, it feels very separate and different. But then every once in a while there's stuff in there and I'm like, oh yeah, this is Marvel. You like it more than one. I don't. So far, I don't like it more than WandaVision so far. But I do like it. I really see. I don't know. Like I liked Moon Knight.
Moon Knight, the hippo.
I liked Miss Marvel. Falcon and Winter Soldier was okay. I'm kind of bummed. I don't want to say bummed. Bummed isn't the right word, but like, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of disappointed that like, the new Captain America movie is following that, and the Thunderbolts is gonna be following that.
Okay, where did one go? Is it up this way? Am I in the wrong spot? I don't know. I'm going places. There's a path this way.
Or the Ghoul and Lucier trial. Okay.
Whee! Where am I going? What was the point of
Bummed.
that?
It's a funny word. Good night, DJ. Enjoy.
Hey, I found jail.
Oh, yay. Okay. I'm almost to the Spirit Spring. I see it ahead.
I'm at jail. I got the jail now. I got the jail now.
Go to jail.
Go straight to jail.
This found is a flower shop less than half a mile from my work, and I'm happy. I wonder if it's one of mine. I wonder if it's one of my stores. That would be really cool. Because I think we live within a few hours of each other, I think. Because you said you live near Dollywood. Or closer to Dollywood, I guess I should say. Whoa.
They're all
I
looking
just,
at me with
I
their laser
escaped with the
fixes.
skin of my teeth there.
Stop it, Lily. Enough. Just continue.
I'm literally on a horse. I don't know how a man is body blocking me, but go off, queen.
Oh, I can see your gross eye. Get away from me.
Ew, what?
Ew. The jail worm thingies, the balls.
Oh.
They have an eye, like an actual
Yeah.
blinking eye.
Yeah. What did
Yeah,
you
it's
think they were?
crawling next to me. Well,
Oh.
they've always just been glowing purple when I see them.
Oh.
So like it crawled over and it's just glaring at me with this nasty little eyeball.
Alright, let's get live. Hello. We need you for a quest, good sir. Are you coming?
Whoa, my guy.
Live? There we go. I was like, where is he?
He's taking his time. He's in a rush.
Wow. That was actually kind of dope.
That was sweaty on our part.
That was a little unfair.
That was brutal.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a little cold.
Sucks to be him.
Yeah. Oh, hi Blythe.
Right. They have to work for it, but I'll say I'm not.
Thank you for the somber smithing stone too.
Oh yes. If you venture north to Rio,
I am also somber.
sure I owe you one, I reckon.
I owe you one, I reckon. Okay, so now we have to talk to EG.
That's the next time we part.
Ejit.
Itchy.
EG. Road to the manor.
Do we have that one?
You should. Right here. Yeah. Okay. Why can't I select it? Thank you. I like how I'm like, should be right here, like you can fucking see.
Yeah, I know. You're always like, yeah, it's right here. And I'm like, I can't fucking see shit. I don't know why you do this to me. Why do you do this?
It's on the western side of Liurnia of the lake.
Well, then I presume these old blood quite rare, perhaps at any rate.
Keep going up, keep going up, keep going up.
I'm already clicking it.
Okay.
The delay's a little extra
Okay.
today, I guess.
Okay.
I've explained
Wormhole, nice
of
sketch.
the ancient whatever you. Of the
Okay,
ancient
so I
whatever
have spoken to EG now.
Remember that time you spoke to EG and then it broke my shit?
No.
I remember.
No.
You were supposed to get his helmet, and you're like, "Didn't you get it? Isn't it sitting right there?"
Oh
And I was
yeah,
"No."
yeah.
I don't know
But
what
it
you're
also
talking
did that to
about.
me with Oh Mother. I didn't get the fucking emote that you need to complete the DLC with.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Strengthen armaments. Okay, I want to strengthen the Dark Moon Greatsword because I want to use it. All right, so let's keep that at 9. Okay, good, because I don't have that. Okay, what else do I want to try? Great Sword of Solitude. Oh, did you know that they changed? Sorry, spoilers for anybody in the chat who hasn't played the DLC yet. But you remember Black Jail Knight, like the very first mausoleum in the DLC? Like as soon as you get to Gravesite Plain. He's the one that has like the machine gun fucking crossbow.
No.
Oh, okay. Anyways, his name when the DLC came out, his name was Black Jail Knight. And they changed his name where now he's Knight of the Solitary Jail. And I don't understand why they changed it.
Is it like a lore thing?
I don't know, but now the Great Sword is called the Great Sword of Solitude. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we did that. Alright, so now we can go back to Limgrave and finish bosses that we were doing.
Okay.
Because we're just trying to progress this thing. Okay, so this is done.
Back to... pull up that map that I...
Yeah, I mean, so we've got an Erd tree right here that's gonna have an Erd tree for us to fight. Or, avatar, I mean. So if we go to Agil, like, south, and then head over to the number 1, and then we can go to number 2 from there. Alright, let me look at the map, too.
Well, okay, so... We did the Grafted Scion. Did we do the Soldier of Godric?
Yeah, he's in the cave.
Okay. Demi-human chiefs?
I don't know why I just accidentally closed my
I don't think we've done the
checklist.
Chiefs. They're in the coastal cave.
Something that can't be misconstrued. I mean, you're probably right, but I just thought it was like a strange thing, like after the game came out. Hold on, I'm trying to.
I'm gonna go to the first step.
Okay.
But
yeah, we definitely haven't done Coastal Cave and all that stuff yet, for sure.
Okay, yeah, because that's close. And then there's also supposed to be the Grafted Scion and Ulcerated Tree Spirit.
We definitely got the Grafted Scion.
We did? Okay.
Yep. So we've done Godric. So we've done Margit.
I'm looking at the,
Godric.
like, if we're at the first step, I'm looking at, like, what's...
Yeah, I have our checklist up. Okay. So the Tree Sentinel in Limgrave is done.
The Chapel of Anticipation.
Yeah, that's the Grafted Scion, yeah. Have a good night, Oddball. Get some sleepies.
So did we do the Fringe Folks Heroes Grave?
No, we did not.
Okay, so that has 2 in there.
Yeah, the Ulcerated Tree
Coastal
Spirit.
Cave has 1. So do we want to do the Coastal Cave and then hit the Fringe Folk Heroes Grave?
Fringe Folk Heroes Grave is inside the Stranded Graveyard, so we can do that one first.
Fringe Folks? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's inside Stranded Grave. Okay.
Yeah, it's the one that's in here, remember? The one that with the
Okay.
with the stone sword piece.
Oh, it's dark. I gotta have my mom bring the ducks in if she can. It's not like it's hard.
What? Like it's hard? I like how there's just like random swords all over the ground here.
Swords. Did we not do this?
I think we walked in and we were like, eh.
I thought we did do it.
It's possible.
I know we did one. I know we did one where remember it got broken with the lava, and that's when I got run over. And
yeah,
I was like,
that's not this one.
Okay. I just remember that. I know I did one.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah.
You mother.
I mean, we might have done this one, but I don't have it marked, so I don't know.
We need why is there no modding and keeping track of this shit for us?
I don't know. I have so many mods, and that's the worst part. Like, they're all just like, yes.
Okay. Got that guy. Running.
We can jump down that one.
Running. Oh, this one? Yeah.
Goodbye.
Whee!
Is this a jump down one? I can't.
Oh,
see.
he coming.
It is. Okay.
Lord, he coming. Left or
down.
right that you jumped down?
The right.
I can see. Oh god, I think I went too far. Nope, I'm on the cusp. I'm on. That could have been so much worse.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that really could have been messy. Someone down the picture that I'm drawing, and she replied with, "It's surprisingly good." Like, thanks, I guess. Your kid is literally like, I guess it's cool.
Caught
Hold on.
fire. Did you catch fire? I caught
I fixed it.
fire.
I fixed it.
Oh, good, because I caught fire. I didn't like it. Is this the one we write up? No.
I never
Can't remember
remember.
what
And there's
was.
also some that we like set to go up and then don't go on them when we go under them, which I never remember.
Yeah, there's so many things.
Yeah, but this one doesn't have an up. This doesn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, I looked up. I was like, hello. 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 Oh,
so
is this with the guys?
Yeah,
the
there should be
guys?
3 of these guys, right? Wait, if there's nothing here, we may have already done this one. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because there's supposed to be 2 guys. And
yeah, and then there should be a pickup here.
then,
Okay,
yeah, and
so
you can
where
drop
is...
down over here.
Yeah, that's right, that's right, that's right.
So
But
we
there
did
is
do
2
this one.
enemies in here, so did we get both of them is the question.
I mean, if we did this, I'm pretty sure we did the other, but...
It's possible.
Drop down here, drop down here. Let me pull up my
I
stream.
thought that I marked them all, but obviously I missed them. Okay, this is all empty. Okay.
I pulled the thing, and I feel like... Okay,
Go
it
on.
wasn't moving at first. I
Oh.
looked, and it was
I was
like,
like, it's going.
static. It was, yeah, at first I looked, and I was like, it's not moving. We're just trapped down here.
We live here now.
Yay! Go up. Why you no go?
I don't go. I think we did because we can fast travel out, but we can also. It's technically the stranded graveyard, so I don't.
Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, this is the one where you can shoot down.
Onto his head. But you
Going to
have
bed.
be
Okay. Have a good
bowman.
one. Bye,
He's so mad right now. Look at
sweets.
him. He's so mad. He's a mad boy. Are you angry? He's confused.
Oh, that would have been cool if I could have hit that.
Yeah, I've tried hitting it with shit.
Yeah.
Nah.
You gotta use a bow. It's fine.
Murr.
He's stuck.
I told you, he gets very pissy.
He is stuck. Oh, maybe not? Nope. Okay, he's unstuck.
Moody. He's like, I'm just gonna go back and forth forever.
Alright, let me get my bow.
Pissing and shit.
His thing and
Yeah, but you gotta be able to. Oh wait, okay, he is going up and down properly now. No, he's stuck. He's hanging out right. If he could get stuck right there, that'd make life so much easier. The timing is so hard on it. Oh, what the fuck is he doing? He fell. He fell.
Awesome. Okay, so I guess I don't need to do that at all then.
Yeah, but then we don't get the item because he fell.
No, we should still get the item. Like, it still should still pop
fell.
up on our screen.
Mm. He fell, and we didn't get shit.
Fell where?
Off the side, on the right here. You know how you jump down?
Yeah.
He also jumped down. Yeah. He fell
What
off
the
side.
hell?
He fell off the side. He tried to turn mid-bridge and just fucking fell.
I swear you still get his shit even if he dies. Alright, so we have to go
disagrees.
up or down. I don't know which one.
Was up the one with the dung eater?
The dung eater.
Wasn't there? He's in a jail cell or some shit.
The,
I don't fucking
he's
know.
in the subterranean shutting grounds. He's under
Oh.
Lindell.
Someone's somewhere. I don't know. Look, all these like ramps look the same to me. I'm just can't tell the
I
difference.
mean,
between
fair.
any-
Alright, this one's done. This is done.
No, see?
I
Wait, wasn't
don't
this
get it.
the fucking the angry worm thing that I hate?
Yeah, the tree ulcerated tree spirit.
Yeah. Oh, don't touch me, sir.
Okay, so we can leave here then. We've done this one. Okay, let me check
Alright,
these
so
off.
we can do coastal.
Yeah, we can do coastal cave, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll go to first step, and then we'll just head over to the coastal cave. Damn. Apparently, we're just being redundant today.
A little bit. All right, who's
The
in Crystal Cave?
dragon,
Demi-human
this.
chief duo. Okay.
All right. Well,
Crystal Curve.
I know we did the guy that was right here on the horse.
Everything is awesome. Yeah, that's the preset. Everything is awesome when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome.
Is it?
Sometimes.
Occasionally.
Sometimes things are awesome.
Oops, the child has lost her mind.
That insinuates she had it in the first place.
Well, she has a mind, and that's what's scary, because her mind is sharp as a tack. She just doesn't really fucking use it as much as she should.
I want to get 3 million runes.
3 million?
3 million.
3 million.
I don't even know how many I need to level up. Let me look.
I think it's like 5.
Runes needed to level up 4.5 million. I'm gonna get one more level, guys. I'm determined.
I just killed a bird. It felt like the thing to do.
Ooh, I'm gonna do the butterfly again over here to this
Butterfly.
beetle.
Butterfly.
Butt hair flies. Okay, where is it? Where are you?
It's over here. It's so far.
I know. Oh, that would be cool though. Okay, hold on. Come this
Coming back?
way.
Go, go, go. Nope,
Damn, but they take so fucking long.
they do. I mean, that's casting in general, though.
I know. All right, I'm gonna get him this time when he comes around the corner. Here. No shot. Is she going? Is it literally going around me on purpose?
It feels like it. It's so hard to like.
Oh, good.
You as soon as you're like, oh, it's right here. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah, we started early tonight.
There you go.
Got it.
It said get shit on nerd.
What's the mission tonight? Well, our one goal was to beat Fire Giant, which we did. So now we are going
Uninstall the game.
back. No, we're not uninstalling the game. Nice try though. Very cute. Very funny.
Very demure.
Very demure. So we are trying to do all 207 bosses on New Game Plus. So we are doing what's called region locked. So now that we've beaten Fire Giant and we've essentially progressed the story to the point where like it's essentially paused until we make a decision on how we're gonna end the game. Now we're going back and we're going through one entire map region at a time and killing all the bosses. So right now we're in the map region of Limgrave and we're killing all, what is this, 22 bosses in Limgrave, I think.
Is that including the peninsula?
No.
I think it's like 30 something.
Yeah, the peninsula should be 10 plus 22, so 32 between the two of them. Yeah, that's right. That sounds right.
Mr. Mime. Gross. Nobody likes Mr. Mime.
So yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. So now we're going to Coastal Caves to fight the demi-human duo.
This is a nice dog. Running, running, running. I don't care about you glowy-eyed bastards. Goodbye.
Why you don't care about glow?
Well,
That's
they're all
extra
like red eyes.
monies.
No, they're
Oh.
just regular red eyes, yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't care about those.
That's what I'm saying. Cross.
Thought you meant like the room glowy eyes.
No, not the good glow.
Not the
Not
good
that good glow glow.
Not that good good. Hello, what do you have, Mr.
What do
Merchant?
you need? I don't want any trouble.
What do you have?
Board. What do you have, Bard?
I'm gonna
Golden
buy
foot?
bolus. Boluses.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's aggroed? It's skeletons.
Oh.
Hi, skeletons. Ow, fuckers. I thought it would shoot behind me, but it did not. So in preparation for the Wicked movie, I started reading the book, which I don't know how much it has in common really, but some of it feels a little convoluted.
Yeah. What is still aggroed?
This stupid fucking pile of goo.
I think there's a skeleton back up too. Yeah. So apparently,
Where are all these goo boys coming
so
from?
apparently, what I just learned today, which makes sense, but apparently, if you use holy damage on those skeletons, they won't like do like the respawn thing.
Oh yeah, that I mean, that does make sense. 'cause
Yeah,
if they're,
right?
like,
Yeah, right.
necromancy.
All right, we passed the cave. The cave is on the other side.
On the other side. On the other side of what?
The other side of the beach.
Beach.
The beach.
Beach. The good news is, my mom brought the ducks into the tub.
That's nice.
Yeah, they're.
It needs to be more than just holy infused. It needs the glow effect. Oh, is that what the difference is? Makes sense. Yeah, I just saw someone doing it on bingo today, and I was like, what the hell?
Right here. You just ran past it.
This game is so complex. I mean,
What?
yeah, but also not.
No.
You think it's
There's, like-
complex? I guess
Like,
it is.
well,
I guess it is.
It is in the sense that there's an order to stuff without there being an order. Like, you don't have to do it in the order, but if you don't, it just makes your life more difficult. So it's like, if you don't know the magical order, if you have to go here and do this and do that, then like you're kind of wandering around like, where the fuck am I supposed to go next? Or why can't I do this? And it's such a large map that like, that's hard to kind of like stumble upon the stuff you need to do.
It
So, like,
is
yeah, if you're
very,
not
very
in-
easy to screw up quests just from like
Yeah.
like literally not knowing.
So if it's your first time playing, like there's so much you can fuck up and you can get like kind of locked in place. Not
Yeah.
like actually, but like if you don't want to look it up and then you're just wandering around and you're just like, what the fuck do I need to do next? Where is it? Then yeah.
Yeah. No, I get what you meant, Dave. And you're not, like I said, you're not wrong. But I guess it's like the more experience and the more time you have with it, like the less complicated it is, which is the same for any game, really. Any game.
I think it's just not very like
Who is this?
new user friendly.
Old
you know?
Knight Istvan. Who the fuck are you?
It's Old Knight Istvan, obviously.
Who is this?
But yeah, it's not very new user friendly.
Hello, sir?
Hello? Fucking Lilith. Every time we let Lily out to go potty, she runs in the kitchen first to check the counter. And she does the same when she comes in.
Good job,
I don't know why.
Istvan. You're doing so great.
Okay,
Whatever
one's
is
down.
going on there, I guess.
Where's the other guy?
Over in the back, he should be.
Oh, he's hiding like a little
Yeah,
bitch.
in the back here.
Damn. That scream is so eerie.
So remember the screaming owls in the DLC?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that they're there to alert like the wolves in the area?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I like the demi-human chiefs. They're kind of like wolf-like, but not, you know?
Sewing needle.
They kind of remind me of the lichens in Underworld.
Oh, kinda, yeah. Good job, Istvan. You did so great. Thank you for your help.
Goodbye, guy. I
still don't know who you are or where you came from or why that's the first time I've ever seen your summon sign.
Story of my life. I think this takes us to the dragon.
Yeah, the
church,
Dragon
doesn't it?
Communion.
Oh, it's a man! He came out of the darkness.
The who in the DLC? Ooh, I don't even remember what I just said.
Owls.
Oh, the owls. Yeah. There's owls and they like make a really loud screech and it scares the shit out of everybody.
Because you don't see them. You're just wandering along and then all of a sudden scream and you're
Yeah.
like, the fuck?
It's very terrifying.
Very jump scare.
And the first time we were playing, we were like, what the fuck is that? because it just screeches. It's very loud. I do think they eventually adjusted the volume because it was stupid loud for no reason.
It was scary.
Hear that, princess? The shrieking eels.
Lily Illy. You a wackadoo. Did she get dinner? Did she get dinner?
Nice.
Did she get dinner?
All right, demi-human chief duo done. Yeah, I need to figure out how to install that mod. I need help. I need help. Help!
I know, Lily.
Help me!
I know.
Someone help me!
Poor Lily. I like how I asked 3 times. 3 times. And was it
I know.
Sorry, my life, man. Lily! My goodness, you're gonna hurt yourself.
Okay, next. Okay, coastal cave is done. Stormfoot catacomb. Oh, see, like, oh! This is so easy.
Yeah.
We have everything on our map. We literally just have to walk over to them.
Oh, are you talking about like the actual like
the icons? Yeah.
So
We're
like
making
Impaler
this
catacombs.
We're making this real difficult. Yeah. Yeah, so I would go to Gatefront and then we can go over to Stormfoot. Yeah.
I don't know where.
So there's a costume contest tomorrow and the winner gets $80 for his tattoo. Trying to put a costume together? Do you have any ideas or are you kind of just going willy-nilly?
What's that? God. I just heard Oz. So Oz is our older dog, and within the last like 6 to 8 months, he started doing this thing, and we've had him for like 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
He started doing this thing where he just screams sometimes when he's excited about stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Not
He
terrifying
sounds like,
at all.
He sounds like Jacques from Finding Nemo, the shrimp, when they're doing the shark bait, and Jacques like, woo!
Yeah.
That's what Oz sounds like. So yeah, in the morning, like when I get up and I'm gonna let the dogs up to go to the bathroom, he starts doing that, and I'm like, could you not? Like, can you just not scream like that first thing in the morning? It's terrifying.
Oh, there's the fog wall already here. That's a very quick one. Okay.
Oh, I'm killing wolves, so.
Yeah, no, I was too, but fog wall's right on the other side there.
Not that. So yeah, every now and then I'll just hear him be like, "Ooh!" And I'm like, "Are you good?"
I remember when this cave was difficult for me.
What about the bear? The bear
yeah,
cave.
the
remember
bear
that?
cave. Yeah,
That was a brutal one.
that never gets less difficult. Just saying. Oh, Beastman. Okay. Hello.
Oh, these guys are kind of spicy.
Just the one though.
Yeah.
He's already
I
dead.
think there's 2 in the bear cave.
Yeah.
Some things I do remember. Most things I don't.
Okay, that one's done. Mark it off.
Okie dokie. You mark it off.
Roadside cave.
I drank all my coffee, so I guess I'll just be drinking water now.
Maybe a dead roller derby person. That'd be funny. A roller zombie.
I want to learn how to roller skate because I never learned, and I feel like it's a bad idea because I have really bad knees, so I could like really hurt myself.
So, roller skate party?
Yeah, right?
Hello? Anybody?
Pink, are you gonna
Hello?
teach me how to roller skate?
Sure.
Cool. Do you know how to roller skate?
I do. I know how to roller skate. I know how to rollerblade. I know how to ice skate.
I was waiting for you to be like, no. I don't. I'll teach you. I don't know how to do it.
But alas, I do. What's the what's your roller derby name? We have knee pads, and with them I feel nothing when I fall. That's good. Feeling nothing is good. Good. We like feeling nothing. I also wish to feel nothing. On acid? That's a good one. I can't sleep and it's your fault. Yeah, usually.
I feel like
What's up, Arhan? How are you?
derby names are just aggressive drag names.
Okay.
I mean, am I wrong?
No, no, you're not.
Good. Good to know. Speaking of aggressive drag, I really need to watch more of the Boulay Brothers.
That was not a transition I expected there. That's okay.
Well, I mean, it's very aggressive drag. Well, it's like
Psychological terror.
scary.
And just go by psycho. That's kind of cool. Kind of cute. Kind of a vibe. Very demure. Psychological demon. Yeah, very cute. Very demure. I've heard some good ones, but now I can't think of it. Isn't that always how it is? You're doing great, sweetie. The punny ones, I like those ones too.
No, he not. No, he not. Come here. Come near the edge so I can hit you with rocks. He's purposefully not standing near the edge so I can't hit him with rocks. And he's
I heard no
beating
good
up-
ones. We're talking about roller derby names. Roller derby nicknames.
Friend who did roller derby.
Sailor Doom. Oh, it's too bad it's taken. Because that's a good one. You like roller derby? Yeah, Nikki's doing roller derby. She just started. Hey, what the? I literally murdered all of your friends and you're still gonna come at me?
I swear, I thought I saw him just straight stand up from the ground. I didn't even see him drop. That was so confusing.
Skid mark.
I'm baffled. Are we supposed to go up this ladder?
Yeah, I think so. I was just checking other.
Caterpie, I love a Caterpie.
But skid mark sounds like poop.
Yeah, because it is. Let's be honest. Oh. This one said howdy.
dodged, but okay.
He said howdy. Howdy.
Psycho Damon. My phone wanted to correct the Psycho Dadmon. I'm not a dad, but that's a sign for me to start.
Ow.
When your phone auto-corrects and tells you it is your time. Now is your time.
Now is your time. Oh, goodness gracious. Great balls of fire.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Somewhere, a heavy door has opened.
Don't you fucking do it. Yeah, okay, the door's opened. Now stop trying to get me killed. Did you just threw shit at me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you
Hey,
fucking kidding me?
Hey, I'm not appreciative of anything.
Work out for
you're
2
doing.
weeks and I'm sick. Oh. So even skate's not a good way to letting me do something. I hate being sick. Oh. That really does suck. Yeah, I hate when you're sick and you're like, I want to do anything but sit here and be sick. And your body is like, gee, no.
Yes, I'm ready.
You may traverse the mist.
I don't like the way it's walking. It makes me very upset. Oh no, too slow.
I hate getting stuck in that animation, dude.
The-
Coughing my way to core strength. Well,
I used to do that, but with vomiting.
whoa.
Well, because I
Okay,
used to
this
get
one's
like,
done.
sick a lot. I would get like stomach bugs and all
Stormfoot
that stuff.
Catacombs done.
I
Psycho
feel like
Major?
Morning is a full
Major Psycho. Yeah, I think Major Psycho's funnier than Psycho Major. Psycho Major sounds like a constellation.
Okay. Did you mark
Alright.
it?
Yes, I did. Church of Ella. Ella.
Oh,
Ella.
oh.
Misfire.
Where the
Oh,
fuck
or
is
like Miss Doubtfire, but like
I don't know where Church of Ella is.
it's right by the first step. It's where Calais is. Calais.
Oh, okay.
Wait, well, you're back.
Some of us haven't played long
If
enough
the
to
mood
memorize
takes
things.
Wondering, which is why we. But thanks, I think
Whoa.
the smart people
I've literally never even
see
played
that
this
don't have
game.
a saying. Lemon
I did it. I
switches
did
fine.
it. I
If
did
it is
it.
our code, just the way
Oh,
we
like
are.
a gun misfire. That's actually funny. I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I approve.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes, goodbye, Calais. Calais. Hello, I am Calais. Nikki become a star. Why are you holding Nikki back? I'm not holding Nikki back. What you mean? I'm supporting Nikki in all her dreams.
Even the fairy smut dreams,
Even the fairy smut dreams.
as you should.
Yep.
Listen, you don't get it because you haven't read it, but like
You're
if you
right.
knew about
I don't, because I haven't.
but if you read about the Bat Boys, then you would know.
What? There's no way. I was literally already down.
Bat Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when
I
fear
was
comes in?
literally already down. This game.
What if I start doing like the performative reading of the books on stream? Would you watch for that?
I mean, I have to watch. I'm your mom.
I would do voices for you. I would do voices
For me?
you. For you. For you.
For me specifically?
But I'd have to like censor some of the more
You-
inappropriate stuff.
The Saturn, because my favorite sailors are Mercury and Saturn. Okay, how do we get Saturn? I have to go back to LA because my fucking runes are on the cliff. You're not allowed to take something not grounded. Chris doesn't want you to fly. Sandy rings.
Daddy Mercury.
It hurts. I do nothing but support her. Arhan, you're about to fucking commit a mutiny in my chat. An uprising. I'm gonna be the leader of the rebellion.
Listen, chat doesn't get to rebel. They didn't do anything for us when we defeated Fire Giant after they nagged about it. So
Also
you know
true.
what? You know what? You have no leg to stand on. You're legless.
You have no
Legless.
legs. You're
Legolas.
Legolas. Legolas.
Go straight to jail.
Listen. Oh, I'm listening.
You listen.
Oh, I'm listening. I'm listening. If you mention
I'm
Black
not.
Widow again, I swear. Get over it. She's dead. She's not coming back. I'm sorry. Hi, hello. Hi, Rachel. How are you? How we doing? We're doing so good. We're Elden Ringing and everything's fantastic. How are you?
To know where I'm going or what I'm
Hot
doing.
stir all the time. I wasn't
Wandered.
gonna, but also you hate Black Widow. Do I hate Black Widow or do I just realize the uselessness of the character?
Damn.
Damn.
Damn. Cakes and pies. Cakes and pies.
I was busy drawing a pretty picture. That's because you are so talented and wonderful, Nikki.
What's
You're so
that like?
talented and artistic and strong and brave.
I got
I'm just
the
saying.
gravesite.
Playing Disney?
Disney.
Disney. Oh, but I need to
Disney.
Disney. I haven't Disneyed in such a long time. Maybe I'll Disney this weekend, like in bed. Hee
Oh, wow. Wow.
I
fine.
didn't even look at it, but Nikki,
I didn't
I
want
just
to yet,
know. I know in my heart that you're so talented that I know that when I finally do look at it, I'm just gonna be so blown away.
No, that's cool. Fine.
Ah! I have to use magic in here, I forgot.
I'll just curse you.
Because these guys are very, very strong against pierce damage.
Gonna shake
Pierce
this
Brosnan damage.
and
Do you
curse
have
your
like
name.
straight magic, like glintstone? I think that's stronger on them, to be honest. Yeah.
Fine.
They're very weak to magic.
It's okay.
Tomorrow's just gonna make a fake apology video. Guys, I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, even like for the lulz. I'd have to cut some onions because it would have to be so fake. Rats. Frickin' rats. There's been some cool updates. What's new? What's new in Disney, in Disneyland? I said some bad things, but to be honest, why are you even on the internet? If you can't, honestly, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen and into the frying pan, and out of the pan and into the kitchen.
And in the pan kitchen.
And in the
kitchen
pan and in the kitchen.
No, you put the pan in the kitchen in the fiery kitchen pan.
That's an actual conversation that she and I had one time because we were fucking delusional and we could not speak straight.
I don't even know what we were playing when that happened.
I don't know, but we were trying to say like out of the what is it like out of the pan into the fire, but we were just like out of the kitchen into the pan, like we were
out of the
so
fire into the kitchen, in the pan, in the kitchen, fire pan.
we were not well.
I think we might have been playing Elden when it happened.
My week has been okay. If you missed the announcement in Discord, I have been really struggling with my sleep for the past couple weeks. To the point where I am like basically borderline like narcolepsy, like falling asleep without meaning to, and then like waking up in the middle of the night and not being able to go to sleep, blah 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 blah. So anyways, so I've been having a really hard time with my sleep, which is why streams have been non-existent. So my therapist increased my antidepressants. So hopefully that will start improving things. The problem is, guys, the problem is I was like literally missing just like everything. Like I was missing streams. I was missing like my friends trying to talk to me and hang out with me. Like I would literally be falling asleep without having any intention to, and I just didn't like that. I didn't like how that felt. I didn't like that. You know, I'm missing weeks at a time of streams because I'm falling asleep at 6 o'clock, you know, so hopefully this will start to improve things. I don't know. I can't figure it out either. We have to just...
Yeah, I tried hitting a wall thinking like
I don't know her. This says I know, it's just that I've always struggled. Yeah, same. But it's been bad lately. Like no matter how much sleep I get, I can't get any energy.
Oh my god,
like,
thanks for reminding me I didn't take my medication.
So it's just been rough. So hopefully, like I said, this is the beginning of improvement, because your girl can't do 4-hour naps every single day for the rest of forever.
That's okay. Last night I went to bed around 8:40 and I woke up at midnight 30 and I was like, motherfuck.
Did you just say midnight 30?
Yep.
Okay, I was just checking that that's the words you said.
Well, it's more specific than 12:30. Because that could have been the next day. But midnight's midnight. You know what midnight is.
Keeps the furry
Maybe
demons
that's
up,
good.
and then and then it's a cycle, and then it's just a vicious cycle.
You left me.
I did, because I'm trying to figure out where we go, and then I can find you, and then
Abandoned?
I hope your sleeps get better. I do. I think they will. I think that they will. 3 to 4. Yeah, I like usually between like 4 is usually like where I'm good, but I've been getting my 4 hours from like 6 o'clock till 10 o'clock in the evening, and it's like no. I don't. That's not acceptable. We are missing fucking something, and I don't know what it is. All right, is the elevator up? Does the elevator up have like a place to jump off, maybe?
Don't
No, there
ask
is no
me.
elevator up because it's just
Question.
the race right here.
Well, now I need to find something to do this weekend.
What does that mean?
It means I have to find something to do this weekend.
I thought we were hanging.
You said you're gonna Disney.
Oh, we can't Disney with me?
No, you
Wow.
Disney. No.
Wow.
I can't Disney with you.
No, you can Disney like how we used to Disney. Or we can Debo, but I tried to Debo and it was like bugging out with my controller and I don't know why.
What?
How are the chickens? They're good.
They're fluffing awesome.
Yeah, so if you didn't hear, we found out one of our
Is that it?
yes, yeah. One of our chickens was a male, so we had to sacrifice him to the chicken gods. I got stuck on the train. I have to come back up.
I just jumped off the side. I didn't even use the elevator. I said, fuck that noise.
Oh, okay. So anyways, so we had to get rid of the boy and oh, I jumped too low, I think.
Yee.
Yeah, I did. Okay, I jumped too low. So we got a new girl and they've been picking on her a little bit.
I don't think this is any
Did I watch Voltron? I watched the original, like the original when I was a kid. Because I taught them to go to bed around 10 to 11 since they're babies. So that's their routine.
Mucker. This isn't it.
No, I haven't watched the new one. No, we did. I was kidding. I was kidding. We didn't actually sacrifice it. We gave it to somebody. We gave it to somebody. I need to pay attention to what I'm doing for a second here. Yeah, but see, we don't have that many. We only have 4. We only have 4, so it was the rooster would have overbred them. Because they need, I think they said they need about 10 hens per rooster. Not necessarily. Yeah, but also, but 3 is not enough. 3 is definitely not enough, though. All right, so you said you just jumped down.
From the side.
This side. Okay. What's in here? Nothing.
No.
You have
But this is also a dead end.
You have 200 chickens? That's crazy.
I have 16 and I'm already like goddamn. But then I also have 6 ducks and 4 dogs and
6 dicks.
6 cats.
You knocked me!
Walked forward! You weren't in front of me! I literally just walked forward. And you were behind me. How did I knock you?
Because our hitboxes bounce off each other.
Well, that's just well.
I
mean,
know.
You're you just got here faster. It's fine.
No, I need to go back and get my runes.
Oh well.
They might take it away. It's my pirates. Oh, is it really? Did I ever tell you I had a pet chicken that I raised? She was the coolest. She was a spoiled little shit. What was her name?
Stonewall, don't worry about it. I know you're at work.
Murder. I know. I got murdered. Murder.
I hope you're having a good day at work. I hope guests aren't. Oh wait, no, it's a Friday. I'm sorry.
I hope you're having a good day at murder.
It's a Friday, which means they probably have the horses there too.
Why are my runes in here?
Listen, why are you asking questions?
I need 1.5 million more runes, chat, to get 1 more level in this game, and it'll probably be the last level I ever
Pay to
get.
play.
What are we fucking missing,
Stop
my guy?
fucking biting me, you stupid fucking rat.
Limgrave Tunnels is the Stone Digger Troll. So there is a boss in here.
Is there a wall we gotta smack?
But I did the shackle.
Bruh.
All right, let's look again.
I am going.
I wanted to name my dog Dog. You're missing Voltron.
No, you gotta name it DOG. DOG the dog.
Pink, the singer Pink, named her dog Little Fucker because she said she wanted to like be in public and yell,
It's
"Come here,
right
little fucker."
here. It's right here.
I'm sure it's stupid.
It is.
Is it down?
Yeah, it's right here. I don't know how we missed this.
It happens all the time, honestly. You have 200 chickens and like 8 roosters. Do you have any other burbs or farm animals? We have bunnies. We have 2 bunnies.
I miss having bunnies, but I can't have
Thelma
them
and
here.
Louise.
It's too hot. So if I had them outside, they would just
Where?
get heat.
What am I missing? You're that way.
When you go to take the elevator down, it's on the back side of the elevator.
Oh. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh no!
Oh no.
I died. I went to roll and instead I jumped backward.
Oh. I hate
You
that.
know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because you
very
didn't
good
have a direction.
Mhm.
Yeah. When I call it Leia and Luke by
I
their
can
names, I
spawn
know
at
they
the
fucking...
Stake of America.
Oh, yeah, because you were right by the boss.
I died right by the boss because
Yeah,
there was an elevator, so I died right next to it. That's great. I love that for me.
So is the stake above or below? I don't know.
Above?
I guess I'll just wait for you for a second. Are you back?
Where are my fucking runes? I'm trying to find my runes.
Oh.
Where the fuck am I? I'm confused.
What
I
is
don't know
my
where I am.
What is my lantern attached to? Nothing. The answer is nothing.
I'm confused. I don't know where my runes are.
Well, if you fell, they're probably at the top of where you fell.
Yeah, but I don't know where the stake is. Like, I don't know. I went to the stake. I don't know where the stake is.
All right. Are you? Hold on. Are you over here?
I think I'm going this
no,
way.
No, you're not. Okay.
This way? Is this way? Is this way? I found him.
Okay.
I was confused.
Yeah, let me go back up. There's thingies here. Okay. This one here. And there. And there.
Hi.
Hold on. Hi. Can you see if any of these platforms on the side look like they have anything? Doesn't look like
Well,
it.
you just walked in front of me, so I can't see anything.
And
That one, no.
doesn't look like it.
There's an item there, but it's a white item.
Okay. Sometimes to treat them in a soothing voice, but threaten them, and they become so happy. Nothing's funnier than hearing a cat purr and headbutt while you explain to them that you're going to make slippers out of them. Very funny.
I'm fixing my mouse.
Wow.
Pretty quick.
Wow. That was kind of embarrassing for you. My guy.
Well, honestly, after what we had to do to get to him, he deserves it. So.
That was kind of embarrassing for you, my guy.
No, that's what he gets.
Limgrave Tunnel, Stone Digger Troll. Okay. All right. I think we did the Tibia Mariner too. Poor troll. Are you a color? Yes, I am pink. Don't you know? Don't you know?
Can I brag for a second?
Yes.
So I went to the dentist the other day. Remember? And I only go every 6 months now because I was going every 4 months. And then I was like, bro, this is like costing too much because my insurance was like, we're not paying for every 4 months. That's crazy. So the dental hygienist was like, wow, your teeth are like really good. Most people I have come in every 3 months are like way worse than this. Like there's barely any buildup. And I was like, thank you. I feel so proud of myself. The last like 3 visits or 4 visits I've gone, I haven't had any cavities or anything. So I'm like,
It's so nice.
so I'm like really proud of myself.
Probably be happy. That's
It
a whole
sounds
ass
ridiculous,
anime.
But when you're like depressed, self-care kind of goes out the window.
Yeah,
And
I
so
get
you end
that.
up with, you know, cavities and all kinds of like stupid shit because you're just not taking care of yourself. So like to know that I have
Depression.
kind of beat that part of my depression where it's like it doesn't matter how depressed I get. Like, I mean, I still have days where I'm like, I'm not gonna get out of bed. But I'm so much better than I was that like now I'm getting
That's
compliments.
good.
So I was like, you know what, that's something to celebrate.
I don't self-care because I don't care about self.
Yeah, but that's
You
why
know.
I'm here to go, hey, drink some fucking
Yeah,
water.
no.
you idiot.
Eat some French fries. while
Eat
you're at a
some French
concert.
fries, you fool. And then dance. Dance!
Luke is 20 pounds? Holy crap. My dog isn't even 20 pounds and he's all muscle.
Can someone explain to me how that One Direction singer fell. Like, I'm not asking to like go into detail about like the sad aspect. I just want to know, like, was he drunk? Was he like how did that happen?
So apparently people say that he was like acting mad sus before. And his girlfriend posted a picture on her Instagram like just a couple hours ahead, like before like he passed away. And like she was flying back home to America, and like she like left him in Argentina, and a lot of people were saying that like they got into a fight like right before she left, and that's why she left Argentina, because she didn't want to like stay there anymore, blah blah blah. So the assumption is that they got into a fight and he was drinking.
Or did she kill him and then run?
No, because it was hours. Yeah, it was several hours before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the assumption.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mine's just fat with a regular size head. I had a Maine Coon. I had a Maine Coon cat, and he was huge. He was also an asshole. Like, he would like swat at your feet like while you were walking on the stairs and stuff to like trip you. He was such an asshole.
My mom had 2 cats that were like 20-something pounds. They were fucking huge. Huge. Yeah, each one was like 20 pounds. Ash and Cinder. They were like pair bonded.
Ash and Cinder. Cute.
Well, their original names were Ping and Pong, and I was like,
that's worse.
That's when we adopted them. That's what their names were, and I was like, that sounds really.
That's
fun.
worse.
So then they were both gray, and we're like Ash and Cinder. That's cute and not at all offensive.
In high school, we had another class of high schoolers in an adjacent hotel during a trip where a student fell out the window. It was kind of horrible. Yeah, it really is sad. Like, especially because, like, if you think about it, like, that really could happen to anyone, just being clumsy or having an accident or losing your footing or having the balcony be wet. You just stepped on the button.
You know, I thought it looked sus, but I was so focused on hitting the things that I was just like, ow, stop that, fucker. No, I don't have that out. My bad. Here. You want a smacky? 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 That was nice. Stop that. You stop it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like, it's, if you really think about it, like, anybody could accidentally slip on a hotel balcony, or, you know, like,
a lot
it's
of
just
the time,
scary.
People don't think about like things being dangerous, and they kind of like fuck around and find out, you know?
Yeah. Like, I
Kinda
was
like-
very paranoid, and I was like very, very cautious when I was on my cruise, and I was like, it takes 1 second of slipping and being in the middle of the fucking ocean.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
for sure.
like, you just be a little cautious around the edges. Be a
But,
little
like,
cautious around the barriers.
That's like people who are like, oh look, I'm gonna go touch this moose or this bison because it's like a big cow, and it's like, even a cow could kill you though, and those are like not even as big as a moose or a bison. Like, sometimes it's just like, you know, like I said, they don't have the common sense to avoid certain situations, and then like an accident happens, and
The
it's like,
ocean isn't dangerous. It's just a big empty vastness of death. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And I definitely have the physique of somebody who could swim to the coast of Florida from the Bahamas. You're right. You're right. I
why wouldn't you
definitely would
swim back to
survive
the
that.
Bahamas?
Huh?
Why wouldn't you just swim back to the Bahamas?
Okay, I said that wrong. Like, on the way to the Bahamas. Like,
was
in the
like,
middle of the
that's so
ocean on the way to the
effective.
Bahamas. Yeah, I'm just like, the Bahamas are right there, but I think I'm just gonna go to Florida instead.
You're like, you know what? Why waste my time? when I
Yeah,
could
I'm
go
just
straight to
gonna,
Florida?
you know,
Fuck
I
it.
just wanna go back on American soil, you know?
Yeah, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, I definitely misspoke there, but yeah.
But it made for a more entertaining visual.
Of course,
aspect.
that's all I'm here for.
Mhm.
I'm here for your
Entertainment
entertainment and nothing else. I'm here for entertainment and to crush Nikki's dreams.
What are you gonna do when Nikki runs out of dreams to crush?
I mean, Nikki has to sleep eventually, right?
That sounds so fucking ominous. You gotta sleep eventually.
You gotta
and
sleep
when you
eventually, kiddo.
You dream. And when you dream,
You
I
can't
crush.
escape the dreams.
Oh my god.
Damn. Woo! I'm about to die. Holy shit.
You gonna diggity die?
Yeah. I'm getting fucking
I hate when I diggity die.
Reduviad over here.
Oh. What the fuck?
Stop dodging everything. You hoe.
Oh.
Alright, we're doing fire. We're doing fire. Oh my god, we're not doing fire. I learned of a new way to threaten people. You gotta dream eventually, buddy. You gotta sleep eventually.
How very Freddy Krueger.
But I did tell you, didn't I tell you, Nikki, that we tried your recipe? When did you become an ex-spouse? I'm actually your ex-husband. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this.
Pulls face off.
It's the long con. The long con, and I just ripped my face off, yeah.
Why is this person here? Oh.
Oh, because he's an invader. Yeah, he killed me.
Oh. Well,
We
I was
get married and divorced, yes.
Where did he invade from? Where'd it go?
He's
We're
probably gonna
invader
come
men.
back over here once I get my runes.
Oh my god.
Over now?
Right here.
Yeah, because I tried to go in this cave and he was like, I am invading you. Here he is. Here he is. Here he is. Hello, sir. Please pakaf. Here, do you like fire? You can't dodge fire, can you? Can't dodge fire, can you, bitch? Can't dodge fire, can you, bitch? Can't dodge fire, can you, bitch? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Bitch.
You thought you saw a putty tap?
I said, okay, I'll look in a minute. This bitch was like, I'm gonna dip, 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 and die, dodge, dip, dip, and dodge, dip, dodge, dip, dodge, dodge. And I'm like, you can't dodge fire.
Dippin' Dots?
Take a drink, I'm fine. I'm being a silly goose.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Not the goose.
I'm something of a fire dodger myself. These are very dirty men.
Dottler.
These are dirty men. Look, hold on. I'm live.
Are you good?
No, Arhan wants to DM me on stream.
Oh. Disrespect your surroundings.
Let your final thought be one of hope, old friend. That's funny, actually.
What are you attacking? Hey.
I'm not attacking anything. I was literally reading something on Discord.
I was speaking to the troubled
Woo.
child.
You scared me. Wait, did you kill Patches already?
No, there was nothing there.
Oh, because we went to... Okay. Yeah, we can't do Patches because he's in, Volcano Manor probably now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay.
okay. Why can't I? Okay, whatever. Why can't I?
I used to get paid to scare people. Now I do it for free. How am I ever gonna afford anything if
Chaos, are we gonna Elden this weekend?
Wow, first Didney, now Elden.
Listen, you only Elden once a week. I Elden all the time. I think we could / should.
Just pop my jaw.
I'm really excited for when my build is done. I think
I'm
gonna be
really
super-
excited for some things, but not all things. I want a new Pokemon game that, like, I'm excited about, you know?
Yeah. Keep saying to that one person I know, he's like, I really like this. And then I say, let your final thoughts be those of happiness. And then he gets mad and everyone's like, why did you get angry? And I act innocent. It's funny. You're such a troll. You're such a little troll. How do you live such a trolly life? Does it just come naturally, or do you have to work for it?
Oh, there is a game that's Pokemon-esque that is going to come out eventually that they're still working on that I kickstarted. And, it looks really
Personally
cool.
kickstarted it, yeah.
It was just me. I funded the whole thing. That's why I'm broke.
Yes, makes sense.
That's specifically why I gave all my money to that Kickstarter.
Also,
and said, make it.
Chaos. Chaos. Did you
Chaos?
know? Chaos. Did you
Chaos?
know that if you go to the place where these paintings are, there's rewards there? Did you know that?
Did you know?
Yeah.
Do you know?
I'm gonna teach you something you didn't know about this game.
Do you know?
You found out, okay, recently? Yeah, okay. What color hair and what gem is in your belly button? I have pink.
Excuse
And a
me?
pink star.
Excuse me? Are you a troll doll?
That's what we're talking about. Yeah, what color
Oh,
hair
okay.
troll?
God, I hate trolls. I had troll dolls, but I fucking hated them. They're so
Black
ugly.
like the void where Krista's soul is supposed to be. Wait, we're supposed to have souls?
Yeah, Souls game.
Yeah,
It's a Souls game.
I'm playing. Yeah, exactly. I have
Elden Ring.
3 million souls right now. I have so many souls.
No, you have the Elden Ring soul.
Runes.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, bear. Behold, dog.
Touching grace. I just touched,
Saints Bridge.
yeah, that. There's a pumpkin guy up here. I'm gonna kill him. He just hit his head on the floor.
Okay.
I think that was to assert dominance.
You're the queen of souls, in fact. Soul the movie. Runes to try to fill up that void.
Why is he doing that? What's wrong? Come on. Don't you want to die?
I do have to go peep.
He's dead now. Bye, pumpkin man.
Hi, pumpkin.
Bye, pumpkin. Bye, pumpkin.
Hi, pumpkin.
Bye, pumpkin.
Hellboy 2 elves like the army, you mean?
Can we talk about that one Hellboy movie that was really awful that had,
David Harbour.
I was gonna say Mila Jovovich as Nimue.
Yeah, it came out like 5 years ago. Has David Harbour in it as Hellboy.
It was bad. It was bad. I think it's just because I'm a Ron Perlman Hellboy, you know? Like that's.
Oh my god, I literally was looking at this thing. I must have hit sell and I'm like, wow, he has so much stuff. But I hit sell instead of purchase on accident.
Good job.
Go piss girl? I will. I will go piss girl in just a second. Okay.
Oh my god, I know what I want. I know what I want the piss command to be.
What?
I want it to be an ad for Pink Soul brand diapers that comes up.
You have to make one then.
Well, I was just gonna like say like just the words, you know, like text comes up. But if you want me to make
The
an
David
ad,
Harbour Hellboy movie is objectively bad. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I hated it.
it was bad.
The elves, not the army. The army are mechanical constructs. But I only remember like the brother and sister being the elves, right? It's been a long time since I've seen Hellboy 2.
Well, I was killing that.
Or is that who you're talking about?
You got rid of.
The brother and sister.
You got rid of the one I was killing.
Oh, sorry. And their father. Oh, okay. But I mean like the two I don't want to say main characters because they weren't the main characters, but like the two main elves were like the brother and sister.
Hi, dude.
Oh, Tibia.
Yeah. Where did he go? You fucker.
Yeah, he does that. He's probably over here now.
You fucking fucker. Yo, motherfucker.
Yeah, he's over here.
Well then, how do you want me to do this ad?
How do I want you to do this ad? This is your idea.
Well, I thought it would just be like a text pop-up, you know?
Oh my gosh.
But apparently now it has to be a full-blown ad.
Well, do you remember like forever ago we were actually gonna have people like make them? Like Nick Peak was gonna make one.
I mean, it could be where we get like an artist to do like the art for like those like product like shirts.
Yeah, yeah,
It'll
yeah,
be
yeah.
like Lucio's, but like that style, and have that just pop up with like a short verbal, like,
Oh God.
do you need to pee? Have you
Yeah, they
tried
are the right now.
wearing
Yeah.
diapers? And then it just like whenever they do that, it like can come up every like.
Do you like Firefly? I love Firefly. I met Summer Glau a couple years ago.
I feel like you don't appreciate my idea.
I do appreciate your idea. I'm just thinking. I don't want to pay someone for it.
For art?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we could do it on like paint, like really fucking shitty.
Oh my God, that's even better.
Right?
Probably Summer Glau or Alan Tudyk.
Just make it look as fucking sketch as possible. Oh, I could do it. Could do it.
Like literally, just like get like a picture of like a baby and just like draw a diaper on it or something.
No, I have an image in my head of just doing it in fucking like clip art or something. Not clip art, the other one, paint. Just regular paint, and like where you draw the lines, but they're all fucking wiggly because if you don't have a pen and you're using a mouse, they're always like.
Oh, you got cussed out this week because of Firefly? Why? I mean, are you sure you didn't get cussed out because of you?
Damn.
He knows what I mean.
Wee.
He knows what I mean.
Wee. Wee.
How do you do this?
How don't you do this?
If I asked how Reavers clean their spears.
How even? How? How now, brown cow?
We'll make it through this run eventually,
But
guys.
yeah, you put them through the wash, obviously.
No. Whoa! Oh, bear!
Yeah?
Yeah. I wasn't expecting a bear to
Over
fall
there?
from the sky.
Sky bear?
They run them through wash. Wow.
I said.
Yeah, no, I was acknowledging after the fact because I got jump scared by a bear.
That's an old one. Been around for years.
Been around for years.
Just like me.
Get with it.
I just thought of, what you want?
What you want? Listen, crazy Earl. Alright, I do gotta go piss, girl, so I'm gonna sit at this grace. Well, there's a
Okay.
firefly, so I literally can't. I feel like Arhan did this somehow.
Do I even want to try and get the fucking... I don't really care, to be honest. Like, I could get him. I just don't care.
Some car.
Car,
Alright, I'm
don't
gonna
car.
sit at this grace. I'm gonna go piss, girl.
I
BRB!
also need to go piss. Girl. a little baby.
I'm literally gonna kill you. I'm literally going to actually murder you.
How is it peeing and hearing that?
I hate that. I hate hearing that.
My favorite is doing that, my beloved.
You're beautiful.
So fucking
Thank you,
awful.
Magruder. I'm glad to be back. Like I said, I was really starting to I was starting to get bummed out that like my fucking body would not like cooperate, you know? But I love what I do. I really do. And not being able to do it bums me out, you know? We're going to the tree.
The tree of life.
And dead.
Watch Voltron? Okay.
Oh boy, bear.
You can fight bear. Good night,
Bye.
Arhan. Get sleepies. Oh, I like one tapped him. That's great.
Lol.
Lol is right.
Lol. Where go what do?
Oh, we're going to the tree. We're just murdering on the way there. Well, here's a big one. Here's a big boy.
Bear, big bear.
Big bear.
Lots of place out here. We have a mountain out here called Big Bear. Uh-oh. Okay, that wasn't necessary, honestly.
Oh, he's stunned.
There's another bear who's just standing and watching. Kind of made it awkward.
Okay,
Doing a
that
lot of
one's
standing.
done. I can't see. I'm inside the bear. I can't see. I'm inside the bear.
Oh, he doesn't like you. That's interesting. Most of the time he was just standing there and literally
Holy
standing there and
smokes.
watching. Apparently he changed his mind.
Alright. Go to the big tree.
There's another big bear. He's scratching a tree. Look at him. He's doing bear things. Wow. Nature's beautiful.
Nature's scary. Oh my god, nature is so scary.
Remember when nature was whales in the sky?
I do. Nature is beautiful.
Nature's beautiful, guys. Fucking gorgeous in the sky.
I missed that game. I just wish there was more to do because I really I loved it.
That's really upsetting. But
I mean, we did everything there is to do.
yeah.
I just want more.
It wasn't like a super meaty game. Well, also we did a lot before the full game even released.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we did everything there is,
But there wasn't like a lot to the game,
yeah.
which is unfortunate.
I think they really relied on the fact that like they thought people would do the survival craft part of it for a while, you know?
Yeah.
Like people would really do the base building and stuff, which we did. We did a lot of the base building, but
Yeah, we did.
this guy is still taking his time.
But unfortunately, it's just like the story itself was so short.
Yeah. It was very rushed too.
The end just didn't make any sense, really.
Yeah, it just like happened. And then when they like made 1.0 and they're like, oh, we finished the story, and it's like, yeah, but you still forgot pieces. Like, okay, cool. So like we chased Timmy through a volcano or whatever, but like why?
Yeah, it's like we went to some
But why?
dimensions and whatnot. Yeah, it was weird.
Where is this guy going? He's taking so long.
Dude, and the like quote unquote good ending is actually like really fucking weird and depressing.
Okay, I don't like that you knock up Virginia in the good ending.
I don't either. And then they put Kelvin in the like
In the like the mental hospital or whatever.
Yeah. And he had his Lincoln logs. 'Cause he was
God.
being there and he's like, I know logs. I collect logs. It's all he knew. It's all he knew.
Honestly, staying on the island like is the better ending. Like it just, yeah.
Yeah, knocking at Virginia.
All right, this guy is taking entirely too long. I'm just gonna find his cave.
Well, I think it's his problem is he's just like looking up at the sky. He's just hobbling along.
But like, where is he going? There's not even a cave nearby, according to the map.
Well, that's the point. He's gonna show us it's a secret.
God. It's not a secret if we've already done it.
But he doesn't know that, and the game doesn't know that.
Let's kill his bear.
Where are we going?
Kill bear.
All of it. Wow. That was,
Oh, okay. I
Made him
couldn't stand up. That's fine, I guess. He needs to stand up, not me.
Ow. Okay. I'm trying to not get fucking shit on. Not
Only
even-
5,000 rooms for that bear.
Where the
Seriously.
hell?
Where's the guy?
He was here, but then he disappeared. Is it because the bear hit him?
No. Are we too far away from him?
No, I was standing right next to him when he disappeared. Like a wall crumbled and then he disappeared.
Oh. Is he trying to show us the ruins?
Maybe.
I thought they show you
Maybe it's
caves.
around here. Well, maybe there's a cave in the ruin.
Well, there
Maybe
is. There's the Mistwood ruins underneath it.
Well, yeah, maybe that's what he's gonna. I don't know.
I don't know. But let's go to tree. Go to one.
Well, where's the thing? How do we get in? I don't see any.
The stairs? We already did Mistwood.
Did we? Oh,
That's
here?
where Blythe is.
Is that what we did? Oh, okay. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it's right here. It's
Everything
where the
looks
bear
the
was.
same. Yeah, I just found it, but I don't know.
No, I know.
About things.
Oh, there is a chest right here, though.
See? What's in it? Chesticles?
Smithing stone 2.
Nah, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we got everything in here, right? This is just... Yeah. Yeah, we did this. Now we just have to go to 1. Because it's the...
One.
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 One. One.
It's the Erd tree.
I think that's the largest source of my depression.
Erd tree?
Yeah, the Erd tree.
Makes sense, honestly.
I have made it to...
The curd tree.
Ooh, like lemon curd? I'm getting tarnished sunflowers.
Oh, see, look it. I think these don't come back because the pot that the... Yeah, these might not come back.
What are you talking about?
Where's the Erd tree avatar?
Oh.
Yeah. You've had a recent health thing that's been bugging you? Really? That's scary. Alright, well I guess we can go in here real quick and touch the greystone at the bottom of the river.
You go touch it. I don't want to.
Oh.
I don't want to touch your dirty river, Grace.
But now if I wear them for 2 to 4 hours, I get a migraine. Interesting. Interesting.
Interessante?
Could be like some sort of like blood vessel thing behind your eye.
Blood.
Started 2 years ago.
Blood. Y'all,
Is it-
I'm gonna tell you right now, whatever is wrong with anyone in chat, and this goes for Pink too, go to the fucking doctor.
No.
Just go to the doctor.
No.
Go to the fucking doctor.
No.
You're not gonna get better.
know.
You just are gonna get worse. Go
fine.
to the doctor.
No, I'll just die.
No. Because, like, my mom does that. She'll be like, this has been hurting and it's so bad. I'm like, go to the doctor. And she's like, eh. And I'm like, then don't complain. Go to the doctor. You need to take care of yourself. No one's going to do it for you. You have to do it. Take care of yourself. God damn it.
Or, hear me out. No.
Suffer endlessly? That's your
Yes.
other option.
Yes.
You can either take care of yourself or suffer endlessly. Those are your fucking options. So, you know, pick one.
I did. I love it down here. This is like my favorite part of the game.
No, the DLC has the best part, remember? With the flowers.
I mean, that is true.
That place is pretty.
But I love it down here. This is I'm with Pink. See? I'll just die. It's fine.
Okay. Well, die quietly.
I would never. I would rather die than die quietly. My boss tells me how he doesn't go to the doctor. Listen, those doctors are, they're criminals, you know.
Thanks for talking to me, you fucking
Why
weirdo.
can't I get that? Alright.
We're missing a bunch of bosses, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back out of here, but I literally can't fast travel because
Is there one in Fort Height?
Fort Height? That's in Weeping. No. No. Fort Height doesn't have one. There's Castle Morn, though, which is all the way in the south. Especially if it's a neurologist, it's a guaranteed $500.
We did that one. Did you do the Mad Pumpkin Head?
No. It's Waypoint Ruins. Okay, hold on. I just need to get out of Ainsel River.
Anus River?
Anus River, yep.
Where the fuck was that?
Oh, hold on.
13. That's right there. Okay.
Who has $500? Just toss it a 30-minute doctor visit? Yeah.
I sometimes forget I have really good insurance, so that's why I tend to promote going to the doctor.
Yeah.
My copay is $20.
You see a neuro over 12 weeks for Botox and follow-ups? Yeah. My mom used to get the Botox injections.
Oh shit.
What? There has to be a grace. Like, you're shitting.
This way.
You're absolutely shitting me right now that there is not a grace.
Shitting and farting.
There it is. Okay. There we go. Okay. I'm coming back. Okay. We need to go... Mad Pumpkinhead is in Waypoint Ruins. Oh, you're almost there. Perfect. Perfect.
It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. Yay!
What is it?
The giants pulling the thing.
Oh, yes. You do like the
I know.
giants pulling the carts.
I do. I like the carts. I think they're really cool.
If the bill is diagnostics, that's kind of bullshit, huh? That it depends on how it's coded in the system? Then it's free, yeah.
No. What is the point of hitting to run if no run? Why hit to run if no run? Saw. Okay. I killed the big guys.
Good job.
But then there's the
You're
little
so
guys.
strong.
That man is chasing after you like it's his life goal. Oh,
Oh yeah, I know.
He was so after you, and then he went, you know what? I'm never catching up. I'm going
He
on
said,
to you."
actually, you know what? That's fine.
Like, you know what? That's good. Don't hit me, you fucking asshole. He's like, you killed my giants. I sure as fuck did. What are you gonna do about it? The answer is he's gonna hit me.
Nothing.
No, he hit me for sure. But I killed him, so it's fine. Okay.
No, I don't want you. I want this. No, I want this. Ah.
There's a horde of guys chasing you. That's great.
Saw squirrel. Oi! You there.
Help us out, Cully.
Yeah, I will hit you, Bushman. Where are you, Bushman?
Hey, you get off of my cloud.
Here, can I do this to Bushman? Will this work?
Yeah, you there.
Yeah, it worked.
Where'd you go?
Oh no, Buck! I saw we blocked.
Some clock. You were just breathing.
Did you kill him?
No, I almost did, but I didn't.
Oh, when they even say this is
I hope you
Murder?
can forgive me.
they're not
But wait, I already have the needle.
Needle.
rhyme.
I already have the needle.
Needle. Touched it.
Good job.
Bye-bye, touch. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Where did you go, you?
Me?
You.
Me? I'm about to touch this grace and then leave. I have Murkwater Cave. Wait, what?
Didn't
Wait,
we already
what?
fight that one?
Yes, and how am I getting invaded again?
I'm confused.
So the fuck am I?
Stop breaking the game.
Hello, sir?
You stop it.
Hello, sir? You want some of this fire again?
Ah, yeah. We home.
Oh, Wolfie, welcome back.
Dirty.
Oh my god, you bitch.
You bitch.
Oh, and he ran out of it? That's so fucked. This guy's, yeah, oh my, what? How? How is he fucking back? How is he back?
Games be glitching. What the fuck?
Dude, I can't, I have nothing, I have no protection against bleed damage.
Is it because you're in a pretty dress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pretty dress is not doing the
Let me like that
protections.
there.
Why is he back though? Like that's
Ow,
the part that's
you
so weird.
fucking fuck. Okay, you're just a gross dude, okay?
Okay, so he's missing some of his health.
Okay, Torrent, do you want to actually fucking move? What a crazy concept, actually.
Okay, now you're dead. Give me the weapon. Give me the Reduvia. There we go. Okay. Okay, if he comes back again, this game is broken.
I mean, the game is usually broken.
No, I know, but like...
Map-wise, where am I?
Okay, so we did... Oh, we didn't
do
go to
the
Waypoint
monkey guy.
Ruins. We got distracted somehow.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
Yeah, that happens. Who is Leet Haxor? Who's that? I don't understand that reference.
What?
Leet Haxor.
No idea. They're speaking gibberish.
I don't get that reference. An elite hacker? Ah.
Listen, some of us are too old
In
to know
leet
things.
speak? Oh, he's Leet Haxor. Got it. He's an elite.
Is this like a skibbity toilet thing?
Skibbity toilet, yeah.
Damn those skibbity toilets.
Waypoint ruins. Waypoint ruins. Waypoint ruins.
Trying to see where you are.
Ruins.
Oh, you're right there.
And I am poisoned.
You said nothing poison? poison and then see what that does for you, honestly.
Perfect age to understand leet speak? I don't think I've literally ever heard that in my life. Maybe I'm just not cool enough.
Let's go through something, but I'm gonna refrain.
Maybe I'm just not cool enough.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe she's born with it. Are you coming?
Yeah, I'm on my way.
Okay.
I was reining in some of my more grumpy behaviors. Where are you? Why don't I see you? Are you running in circles from me?
No, I'm in the...
Are you under?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Hi.
Oh, okay. I gotta find the... Hello? There you are. Okay. Looks like, are you running from me?
Yes, I'm hiding. It's a very geek nerd party land thing. I don't even know if I would say I was too cool. I just never heard that before. I don't think I've ever been cool, if I'm being honest.
I don't take any type of friend really, so like I think that's my problem.
Okay, so
like,
Selin should be in here now.
open the door for me, please.
Hello,
and thank you.
Selin. Oh wait, this has a... Yeah, this has a grace.
Why are you here? I want to learn sorcery. You teach me. Right now. Teach me, educate me.
But one must. I was exiled as a Revaya. You still
Educate
Do you
my
still wish
tiny
to
little
learn
people.
from me?
I've learned everything. Keep scrolling.
Oh, Chaos, are you still here? Chaos? Chaos, where do I get the slicer? We just did it, remember?
Chaos.
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 This is very much a sweaty basement nerd dude thing. Oh, okay.
Oh,
It was
I
at the
don't
place
have
with that place. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank
I don't
you.
have a basement. I'd have to acquire one or dig one. I guess I could dig my own basement. I don't think that's a good idea though. I have a foundation and probably digging under it's a bad idea.
Okay, Waypoint Ruins, Mad Pumpkinhead. I can't pause there. Okay.
Man, that's got some mad pumpkin
Patches
head.
is done. Summon Water Village to be a mariner is done.
Patches isn't done. Patches is
Yes, Patches is done. We got his shit. He moved on.
Oh,
We don't
close?
kill him anyway because he goes to Volcano Canyon. So.
He's a little bitch. Let me tell you about the time that Patches was a little bitch. He jumped in his little boat and he fucked off.
Yeah, like like when you summon him for the I almost called him Radon fight.
As you should. No, right on. He rides on his horse.
South of Geel. Oh yeah, like here. Ish.
Geel Lake South, or did
Yeah,
you...
I'm just grabbing something. You don't have to follow me. It should be.
Okay, fine, then I won't.
You may if you would like to, but I'm just saying you do not have to. I'm just trying to grab a spell. I'll be back in a spell.
Get that up here. You leave this place.
You want to leave?
You already left.
Leave.
You already left. You left. You left.
Oh, I am very fucked.
Get fucked, nerd.
Can we? How about we target any of the people in front of us, huh? How does that sound?
Why gotta say crazy shit?
Can you target the people in front of you, my guy? Oh my god. Dude. Okay, I gotta do that. Oh, okay. I love input delay. Input Q is my favorite.
One down.
Send you a map picture. I'm pretty sure it's over here. I think I remember now. Kind of.
Gets done, fool.
Can we not shoot magic, please? I would love it very much, so thank you.
No, that doesn't sound very fun.
my gosh. Oh, the Great Eepee. I'm also the
you're
Great
good.
Eepee.
Fucking good. I'm always the
The Great Eepees. Oh my god, you bitches. You bitches and hoes.
boats and hoes.
You bitches and hoes.
Boats and hoes.
I don't remember. Oh yeah, no, it's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. I remember. I remember. I remember. I remember. I remember. It's right there. I remember. Ooh, Torrent. You bitch, Torrent. Yeah, I remember. It's this one. Yeah. Royal House Scroll, and then we can go bring it to what's her bitch.
Yeah, good old what's her bitch. What's her bitchin'? Bitchin'.
What's her bitchin'?
What's her bitchin'? Bitchin' be what's?
Bitchin' be what's? Yeah. I still after me. Waypoint ruins. I coming. I coming.
What do we need? Where go now? Where go when? Go,
I went
how
back to
go?
Waypoint Ruins because I want
No, I know
Selen to
that.
teach me this spell. Scroll. Royal House Scroll.
Very well. I'll be sure to never lose that.
Okay. Study sorcery. Give me
Drugs.
this one. Carrion slicer. Yes.
Drugs.
No, not drugs.
Drugs.
Okay. Do that, and then
Oh, damn it, you
do
fucking
this.
horse.
Hello? Oh. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. You guys didn't see that.
Oh, I'm
You didn't
so
see that.
glad that I hit the button for it to do nothing.
You didn't
Great.
see that, guys. Alright, so this one I don't need because...
Horse. Oh, well, you just respawned those.
Oh, yeah,
Go on
sorry.
here.
I had to...
Thanks,
down.
Stud.
I had to change my spell.
Well, I was trying to get an item, and now these guys are gonna be firing on my ass. This is not gonna be fun for me. God damn it, and I'm falling. Fucking fantastic. Well, let me kill these guys so I can continue to struggle without being attacked.
Okay.
Well, I've got poison now. That's fine.
So I need to see...
I'm in pain.
Alright, let me see if I can work my way towards you, I guess. You'll probably finish doing whatever it is you're doing before I get there, but...
Being bullied by a fucking flower.
Oh, you're literally here.
Yeah. As I was.
Nice.
Forced to not be a dumb
It be
piece
a
of shit.
Laz. How are you, Laz?
You dumb fucking piece of shit horse. You useless fucking glue factory fucker. Is that what I said? Why is this horse so fucking useless? Like,
I don't
how
know.
hard is it to just do the thing? you
It's
dumb fucking
clearly
horse?
very difficult because Torrent can't do anything.
Like, sometimes fine movement's fine, and then other times it's like, yeah, fuck you. And then I'm like, cool, that's great. I love that, you dumb piece of shit. Just like,
I know.
why don't you just walk where I want you to walk?
I
and
know.
not
Oh
leave
my
me?
gosh, I'm so dead right now. It's an Arcstar raid.
And I just fell.
Just chatting. What?
Throw myself in a fucking hole.
What were you chatting about? Hi, Arc.
This is not hard. This is not hard. And yet this horse is making it hard.
Oops. Why oops?
New plan,
Oh,
new
were you
plan.
not supposed to be in just chatting? I forgot to change it back. What were you playing?
First of all, let's heal. Please don't sit at a thing anytime soon until
Thank
I
you
do
so
this.
much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. I know you all know who I am, but on the off chance you don't know who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksoul. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want. Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes. I get to add that now, guys. I get to add that now to the list. And everything in between. You guys know the deal. I've got a quick little video. I'm gonna go back and get my little Roonies while this video plays, and I'll see you In a moment.
Hi there, friend. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content.
I have poopies for you.
I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died.
Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on.
What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom?
Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you, the moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming.
So stupid.
Well, who's stupid?
The bug, like I.
Thank you for the raid arc. You're playing Return to Moria? I need to get back into that. I really liked that. Changes to chatting. We'll go over in the Xbox partner preview announcements. Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good? Anything good?
Where go? What is our next?
Okay, so we have the War Master's Shack, which is a bell-bearing hunter, which is nighttime. Stormhill Everjail? Where's that? Oh, up here. Okay. So go to gate front. Gate front, and then we go to Stormhill Everjail, which is the Crucible Knight. There's a few Souls-likes coming. Subnautica 2 needs to shut up and take my money. We were actually just talking about that earlier. On stream, and hopefully they don't make bad choices. It does look like it's co-op, doesn't it? That does kind of insinuate that it's possible that there could be another person playing. But I don't want to get my hopes up because I feel like I'm just waiting for disappointment, you know?
Are you gonna get Red Dead?
When it comes on PC? Yeah, I plan on it. Why do you want me to play Red Dead?
Well, because I really liked the first one.
Yeah.
And I thought the DLC was a really fun DLC.
I've been enjoying the second one. I got really overwhelmed on stream.
That's kind of how I got. Because I was just like, whoa, it's a lot.
Yeah.
No, I like the first one a lot.
You
I
son
kinda
of
wanna
a-
replay the first one. You go CP Nerm? I didn't know you were still here. Good night, Nerm.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is that a skip? Did I just figure out a skip? Am I a speedrunner, chat? Is this the beginning of my speedrunning era?
Beginning?
The beginning? The spaghetti? Is this my piscetti?
My show was taking so long to load. That was so weird.
Bro, Carrion Slicer is so good! Bro, Carrion Slicer is so good, man.
How good is it?
Look at this.
I don't even know where you are.
2-tap.
That man just tooted at me.
Yeah, I saw I saw not a speed he doesn't do speed runs, he does challenge builds. So he'll be like, "Oh, what if I beat Elden Ring with just playing with bows, or what if I beat Elden Ring with just this, or whatever." And he did a what if I beat Elden Ring with just leveling up my intelligence, which is magic. And this is one of the spells that he used, and holy shit, I understand why.
I'm at the Stormhill Everjail.
Yeah, I'm right here too. I was just at the tower right next to it. Legend of Babu? What's that? They do anything to the dog though, the developer, but I have to run. What is that? Oh, is it a sad dog movie? All right, I hate these fuckers like so much.
Why?
I hate Crystal Knights because they're hard when you're playing solo. Like, look, you're using like your most powerful spell, and it's still just like, nah, that's fine. Come here.
He's just emotionally stuck in there. I need to see what's up.
He hits you with his magic tail.
He's getting rinsed pretty quickly.
Noise. Aspects of the Crucible tail.
He gave us tail? Wow.
Yeah, he gave us tail.
Wow.
All right. Crucible Knight in the Stormhill Everjail, done.
Rip.
All right,
I mean,
we have
quite a few already, right?
Huh?
We've killed quite a few already, haven't we?
We're almost done with Limgrave. We have 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna mark off Flying Dragon a heal because like I think we did it. Like he's not spawning.
We had to.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 left in Limgrave, and 2 of them are nighttime bosses. Okay, Guardian Golem in High Road Cave, and oh no, we did Murkwater Catacombs Grave Warden Duelist, so we did that one too. Okay, so we have High Road Cave, the Guardian Golem, and then we have the Knight's Cab, the Bell-bearing Hunter, and the Deathbird, which are knights.
Okay. Let's hit Saint's Bridge, I guess, for High Road Cave.
Okay. It looks like a Zelda-like action-adventure game with a big fluffy dog as a companion. I feel like...
So, The Last Guardian.
Yeah, that can be like... Ah, man, that can be risky. People don't like when dogs die. People don't like me.
Who the fuck is doing over here?
Huh?
Bitches. So what you doing over here?
Oh, I was looking to see how to get down, but I think it's a spirit
There's
on the other side.
Yeah, it's on right here.
Of course, Ark, of course. Thank you for redeeming your daily duty.
I killed a puss.
A puss?
A puss.
Good job.
That our puss. Am I going the right way? I don't know.
Woo! 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 Blessies! Blessies! I got attacked by a puss.
It jumped on you.
It did.
I didn't know they could jump. Oh, it's really dedicated to jumping. Good for it. Do you think we can get it to jump into the spirit well? Because that would be hilarious.
Oh, they don't react to it, but that would be so funny. Just launching enemies. Oh my god, I wish. I have so many moons because you let the dono goal expire. I did. I'm trying to think of something else funny. I'm trying to think of something else funny and dumb. Because that's the only thing I know is funny and dumb.
Like me.
It's gotta be... Yeah, it's right here.
Ooh, that puss tried to jump on you.
Yeah.
What a nasty...
It was like 90% you anyway, Wolfie. I can't wait to get one more level and then never be able to level ever again.
Beep. Beep.
I mean, I could do the same thing. I could literally just do another sacrifice your points. But I figured you guys wanted something new, you know? But I have to think of something. But I also don't want to be like, bonus stream, because I can't even stream on my regular schedule, let alone a bonus schedule.
Bonus.
I love carrots.
You're scared.
Have
So
no
apparently-
fear. I have magic sword.
Walk now, I guess.
Still so far from making you add an extra stream.
Oh!
Really? You don't, there's no way you don't have 500,000 points. I don't think anyone has ever redeemed that. I mean, I think actually Sarah redeemed it.
I have some points, like 5. Ah, shit.
5?
Oh no, I didn't buy from that. Yeah, I have 5 points. 5 whole points.
322. Well, you also like redeem, like you do Korok hunts. You should put carry and slicer. So you have a melee weapon if they get too close to you.
I mean, I have a melee weapon if I go like this.
Oh yeah, you're using the big fucking snake.
No, I have a little dagger.
Oh, the glintstone crease.
Don't touch me. They're touching me.
Is it the glintstone crease?
I think so, yeah. It's pretty. It's pretty.
Oh, we're here.
Oh, hello.
I didn't realize that this is early in the game. We also did so much stuff. Octopuses. Octopuswa. Yeah.
If you
I
know,
don't need
you
to
know.
spam.
And if
It
you
literally
don't know,
one hits
then
them.
it's fine.
Oh, did you get my other message about those games?
Maybe?
That you can just download the thing.
Oh. No. Yes, yes, yes. This is now sounding familiar.
So we can, those are also options. Options for the scary man.
Fucking bad. Spooky?
Scary.
Spooky?
Scary.
Spooky?
Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down my spine.
Oh, there's worse places they could send shivers. Like your butthole.
Or is that the bed though?
I mean, any kind of
Wait, let me stab the poissoir.
smaller people over here.
Skeletons. Now that's gonna be stuck in my head.
You did it to yourself.
I know. I didn't say that anybody did it to me.
No, I was just making a statement. You did it to yourself.
Is this? Yeah.
The criminy
Oh, I don't even need that. I don't use multiplayer.
You ho. You ho-diddy do-diddy.
Oh, look. Bagwell. Alright, what is this? Guess we'll find out. Oh, the golem.
Golem.
Easy peasy.
Wake up. Get a move.
Oh, okay, I definitely just find her.
Going down.
Oh, I don't have to. Bruh.
I'm not using that other game. Although now I'm on fire.
Oh, I literally just shot him in his paint. The blue dancer charm. That's what I... Oh, I can probably use that. Because I am light load. Because I'm naked.
Spice Girls song.
Oh, you touched it. Okay, that one's done. So we have the Black Knife Assassin in the Death Touched Catacombs, and then we have the 3 night bosses in Limgrave and Ravana. Death Touched Catacombs is literally behind us. Okay.
I would like to point out,
Hmm.
it's gonna take forever to finish Resident Evil 6.
Not really. We just didn't
It
play
took
on
2
Tuesday.
streams to get through Leon and start on Chris's, and I think we're not that far into Chris's, right?
Yeah, so there's 4. So it'll take maybe like 5 streams. Unless we actually buckle down and do it on
Buckle
Tuesday.
down!
What a fucking concept, I know. Yeah. Okay, I've got an octopus claw, I can't.
Tell it no.
I did, and he's just really not listening.
No. Must be a boy. Oh my god.
Wigglytuff chat. That's a cute one. Is there a reason? Thank you. That's weird.
Is there a reason?
A raisin? A raisin bran? How late do you want to go? I mean, do you want to just finish Limgrave?
Feels like the thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got the catacomb and then the 3 night bosses. Okay.
That's not so bad. Right?
And then we only have like 10 in Beeping.
I like how I came over here like I know exactly where it was. I happenstance. I happenstance.
Oh. I guess when you touch that one, because I can't.
Touch.
There we go. Can you rest? Because these guys are aggro.
No problem. Resting.
I mean,
Good face.
I'm teleporting. Okay, here we go. Let me touch Grace just in case. Alright, did you go in already?
I did. Get out of here, skeleton.
Okay, so he said that if you have Sacred Blade, that you don't have to do that. Zombie or murdered costume idea. I feel like zombie will come across a little bit better, right?
What about
like,
a murdered zombie?
I mean, it could be a murdered zombie. You could be a person who was murdered and turned into a zombie.
Murdered by a zombie.
You could also be a person who was murdered who turned into who was murdered by a zombie. You could be a zombie murderer who was murdered by a zombie.
Yeah, double murder.
So what happens? Okay, if you is it technically double homicide if you kill someone and then kill them again when they come back as a zombie?
You know, many details and technicalities in there, I think. Because, like, they're undead. Can you re-dead them? Does that count as,
But
like,
how are they undead if they exist as a zombie?
But that's what they call zombies.
Some
undead,
people call the zombies undead. Some people call them zombies. Some people call them runners. Some people call them biters. Haven't you watched The Walking Dead? They never called them a zombie once.
I don't know what's going on, but I can't swing my fucking weapon all of a sudden.
Do you have stamina?
Yeah, it's just being stupid. Oh no, it's switched. My
Zombie undead. They are undead. You're gonna side with Yaga on this one. See, that's why you don't deserve to have hope.
Because zombies aren't dead. They're undead.
They're undead, but like, but they're alive. They're re-dead.
But they're not alive. They're reanimated.
They're reanimated. Okay.
But they're not any form of, like, their heart's not pumping. Their blood's not blooding.
But how do we know this? We're just we're
I mean,
guessing thanks to
it's generalized
Hollywood.
lore, right? Like, courtesy of like, well, yeah, because it's well, I was gonna say it's a Hollywood thing, but
Right.
technically
So
there's lots
Hollywood
of lore.
is telling us
Well, no, because
the
there's lots of lore
biological
that exists.
makeup of a zombie.
No, there's lots of lore that exists about the
I have an
living
arrow
dead
in
or
my
unliving dead.
not even in my head. It's just like through the side of my
If you look up like fucking Eastern European stuff, they'll talk about like zombies, and I think even
Oh my
like
god, this is where the
Japan and
Uchi is.
China.
So I could double Uchi this round. That'd be so crazy. I'd be so strong. This round? I'm an idiot. This game. Uchi? Oh, no, it's called the Uchi Katana. Is what it's called. The Ussi Katana. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's right here. If I can pick it up, I'll show you in a second. Did you say that? No, it's, look, see, it's Uchi Katana. Uchi Katana. Uchi Katana is the name, but it's Uchi for short. Yeah.
I like
That cooch. That
Hello.
cooch. I have so many arrows in me right now.
Fuck these fucking guys.
No, alright, let's go through the bus. I think it's... Oh no, that's the end. That's the...
You have deceived me. I've got an arrow in my fucking chest and in my head.
I was
I'm
coughing when you
scared
said it.
Always.
Sure. You just wanted to type Coochie.
Coochie katana?
The Coochie Katana, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, who is this? Black Knife Assassin. Okay, this might not be the easiest, but I'm sure it'll still be easy.
Fine.
No, I'm sure it'll still be fine, but it might actually be easy. But
Already injured.
it's not gonna be... Yeah, why is it already injured? What? Excuse me? How did we come into it being at like 75% health?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, I don't care. Cool. Alright, nighttime bosses. Alright, so the Knight's Cave is by the gate front, I think. These ones we might actually have to look up on the map because I don't remember exactly the 3 night bosses that are. Oh, I remember the Knight's Cave. Okay. Knight's Cave, Deathbird, and the Bell-Bearing. Well, the Bell-Bearing Hunter is at the War Master's shack, which is on the map, so that's fine. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so the Knight's Cave is on the bridge.
Which bridge? The Saints Bridge?
The one by the telescope. I think it's Saints Bridge, yeah.
Well, the telescope's closer to Waypoint Rune Cellar, or... Well, the telescope itself is closer to Aguila Lake North. If that you're talking about the same telescope.
Hold on, let me look at the thing. Okay, now I can...
Shorter bridge?
Yeah, that short bridge right there, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So that's where... Okay, so Knight's Cave is here. The Deathbird is here. And the Bell-Bearing Hunter is here. Okay.
I'm going to Aguila Lake North.
Yep. I'm right behind you. We'll have to turn it
I feel
night.
so bad.
Why?
Because I'm like sleepy. So I just like I'm not entertaining right now. I'm just like I'm productive. We're getting kills. We're doing what we need to do, but I'm just kind of like
yeah, you could get a little focused at these. Alright, we're number 3. Okay, I'm gonna turn it to night.
Being sleepy makes it so you're just kind of like.
Yeah, I get it. I appreciate you sticking it out for me though.
Oops.
Past time till night. You might
I
have
just
to do
wish
it
there
too.
wasn't-
I don't know if it does it or
Like, I
not.
wish there was an easy fix to not be sleepy, you know? Like,
That would be great.
be like, bam. I'm not
All right.
snoozing.
Nice Cav. I already see him over there.
It's just inconvenient.
1950s zombie housewife. Oh, that could be fun. Oh my gosh, Nikki. Nikki, do a zombie, but do black and white makeup.
Oh, we have a maze like that at Not Scary Farm where everything's in black and white. And there's like a 1950s family. It looks really fucking dope. Like it's all grayscale. I am lagging hard fucking for.
He's dead.
Ow, 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 I'm...
Okay, please get off my screen now. Thank you. Okay, so that was. Oh, we still got 2 people.
My shit's choppy.
Do you have any windows open on your like other than the
It
multi-twitch?
started getting choppy. Like it wasn't choppy before.
Yeah, for some reason when I opened the Elden Ring map, mine got real fucking choppy, but it was fine as soon as I closed it. Okay, so the next one.
Yeah, I've had it up for like a fucking minute though. That's the thing. It's weird.
I guess probably Stormhill Shack and then go down maybe, or Gate Front and go up. One of the two.
I don't know where Stormhill Shack is. Is that it over there?
No, you're
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I have the delay. Sorry. Okay, so here's Stormhill Shack.
Franklin.
So 5.
I can't touch it. It's too far. I have little tiny T-Rex arms. I can't reach. It's too far. I can't reach. If only I had arm
If
extenders.
only.
Okay.
Ooh, apparently we haven't been over here. These are all gonna blow up though. Don't forget.
Blur it. Blur it. This is what it looked like here today.
Foggy?
Windy.
Froggy?
It was super windy.
It was really, really foggy this morning when I went to work. I was actually like, is this fog or is this smoke? Because it was so thick.
Yeah, we had like gusts of 20 to 30 miles per hour. And so I had to pull out huge chunks of railroad that we had in the garage because Goose brings home railroad pieces for some fucking reason. But it
For
actually
some
ended up
fucking
helping.
reason. Yeah, it's because he's a guy.
Yeah.
That's the
He's
only
like,
reason.
I'm gonna bring this home.
That's the only reason.
He
Men
literally
just like
will
to
go,
pick
"It's
up
cool."
random things for some reason. It's very
Yeah.
funny to me.
He does it with the signs too. Like when he's doing construction, there will be signs he'll bring home. But yeah, he's like, it's cool. But anyways, yeah, I ended up taking those rail pieces and used it to secure the gazebo so it wouldn't fly away.
Here's this. Is
Can I
this?
just pick up this fucking item?
Do I hit it? If I rest, will he? I think if I rest, he'll spawn. I believe. You gonna spawn? You gonna spawn? Yeah.
But also carrying those chunks of rail, fucking exhausting. They're heavy.
Ooh! I forgot how. Oh, I forgot how hard these guys hit. Okay.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah, I know these guys hit real hard.
Also, my magic is not infinite.
And they have the weird magic sword that like they can throw. It's just such bullshit.
Okay, the rocks are helpful. They're actually
God,
doing some
that's
damage.
just such a bullshit move that they have.
My shit's still chopping. I don't know why.
All right, Deathbird's the last one in Limgrave. And it
That one didn't
is.
give me a big red bar.
It didn't?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Yeah, no, he was definitely a thing.
My game's definitely just whacking out right now. I don't know why. You gonna lurky lurk?
Hopefully we can make it.
You lurky
before
lurk.
it
I'm sorry
becomes
your co-driver
day, which I think
is a whiny bitch.
should be
I'm a
okay.
whiny bitch, but you know.
Deathbird.
Where is it?
He should drop in on us right here. Yep.
Oh.
He's far out where he is.
I
Oh, here he
was
is.
resting, so I'm not near you. And now my thing isn't. I have no idea where you are.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Did you find me or do I need to?
I can see your thing. Yeah, the compass disappeared. So I was like, I don't. There I am. Yeah, my shit is so toppy. That's so weird. But at least this time the bar popped out. Fine. No, Franklin, I'm the worst.
What?
Oh god, oh god,
The
oh god,
worst
oh god.
what?
Oh, because I whined about not wanting to touch Reckon, but...
Alright, there it is. Limgrave done. Limgrave done. Alright, so next we have the Weeping Peninsula and Liurnia of the Lakes. Weeping Peninsula is not bad, it's only like 10. Hmm?
So that sounds like you guys are doing charity.
Second Limgrave, do you mean Weeping? We're gonna do Weeping next time. I might actually finally level up one more time. We'll probably only have to kill like 17 remembrance bosses or something. And lim evensies. What?
Lemons.
Alright.
Oh, that one has glowy eyes. Come here, you glowy eyed freak.
Yeah, get extra rooms. I need so many rooms.
I did that. God, this
Where's also we didn't get because Kenneth, we haven't been to Weeping. I was gonna say Kenneth is down in
Kenneth?
Kenneth, hello? Anyone there? Hello?
Okay, so we're going back to the round
table? Yeah.
It's not charity. Someday. I can't map. Why can't map?
Because I'm aggroed.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm
Don't do that.
a horrible person. What do you mean?
Go to jail.
Go to jail, straight away. Go to jail. Okay. Round table. Table of Lost Grace. Oh yeah, all of my quick ones are gone because we haven't discovered them. New items can be purchased from the Twin Maiden Husks. Oh, we have bell bearings.
Feel like a husk.
You are a husk.
I am a husk. A husky. I'm a...
Oh, why can't I get in? Gideon!
Gideon.
Gideon!
Let's go, Rupee. You got yourself a skull Rupee.
Bell bearing. Oh, look at Market's Shackle. I already have it. I love New Game Plus. My gosh, guys. It's like so unfair. It's so funny.
You go haha?
Lone Wolf Ashes. Wait, doesn't Ronnie give you those? Yeah, and the Spirit Calling. Doesn't Ronnie give you those?
Listen, why are you asking questions?
No, I know the answer is yes. I'm just like, why are these in the store? Alright, I think we also have to talk to the Two Fingers, because Gideon's room isn't open.
Robots.
Is his room not open because he's already dead? No. My name is Roderica. I'm still looking for my purpose. Hello.
Porpoise?
Okay, so now go talk to Hugh. Hey Hugh, will you teach this girl to do stuff?
Hey Hugh, will you help this person find their porpoise?
Their porpoise?
They lost Flipper. They need help. Fingers to the sky, motherfuckers!
Wow.
I just walked into the finger room. Ooh, that didn't sound right.
Wait, so do you get duplicate Ashes of War in New Game Plus too? You have to, right?
Or my mind.
Or maybe not. Huh. Interesting. And it doesn't even say that I have like 2 quantity of any of them either. Interesting. Very interesting. Wow, look at all these runes.
Ow.
Look it up. Look at there's so many. I have so many runes. I'm so
How
rich.
many do you have?
I have 57 of the little baby runes.
Baby?
And I have 5 of the Lord's runes, which are 50k apiece. And I have
Lord?
two America's runes, which are 80k apiece. Look at all, I have all these remembrance bosses. Look at all these. Also, it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of bullshit that the final boss of the DLC is only a 50k fucking remembrance. Bullshit. Like, I get it because, like, Elden Beast is also 50k, but, like, Rykard is 50k. Like, Sunflower is 40k? That's so dumb. Come on. Come on. All right. All right, I talked to him. Let me go talk to Radarica. And then we can call it. I don't know if you... Do you have anyone you want to ride?
Can check.
I suppose I'll ask Matt.
See.
I suppose I'll ask Matt.
Gigi's on.
Okay.
That's all I have is Gigi.
Perfect.
That already no matter.
Works for me.
Look at my
It's
hood's
better.
I got him.
And then we
The
should
question
rest on
is,
Radarica.
Can I do it from my thing? Hold on, let's see. Oh, it looks like I can.
Okay. I need to fix one thing and mix it up before I raid out, because this happened last time for some reason. My new raid thing is like weirded out and I don't know why. Okay, there we go. Oops, I didn't fix that. I didn't fix it. Okay. All right. All right, pals. All right, pals and friends and pals and friends. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for just like everything. Just the support and the understanding of me just being terrible and just all of it. I really appreciate it. I'm hoping my new meds will make things, you know, start to look better. And I'm hoping if everything goes well, if everything's,
Sorry,
you know, I
I
should
muted
be
myself
able
on
to,
accident. Whoops.
to stream on Sunday.
Okay.
So.
Hold on, let's do that.
Tell me when you've entered yours because mine goes automatic when I put mine in.
Oh, okay. I will. I have to deafen. Hold on. Okay. And then I'll be back in like 15 seconds, 30 seconds.
Sure. But yeah. Anyways, enough of the sappy stuff. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging. All that stuff. Thank you for the raids, the resubs, all that. We are 29 out of 100 on the goal for Alien Isolation. I know it's going to be tough because I haven't been streaming as much this month, but you know, I hope you all have a good night. Let's go raid GG. Hopefully, is my thing going to do it this time? It did it. Let's go. All right, guys. Stay safe. Make good choices. I should see you on Sunday. Hopefully everything goes good. Everything goes well. But yeah. Hope you have a good one. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Don't forget to copy and paste raid messages. Later. Bye.